got my ticket for the long way round. And I was high before I left my bed. I take another sip to let the demons out. Yeah. I keep the bottle just to make some new friends. Yeah, me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. Me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. Sad soul with this life I'll lead. So tired of my past mistakes. Yeah, you're happy, well I can't relate. Well, I guess it's just my role in society. Yeah, me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. Me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. We're best bros, everybody knows we always stay close. Me and I got my ticket for the long way round. And I was high before I left my bed. I take another sip to let the demons out. Yeah. I keep the bottle just to make some new friends. Yeah, me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. Me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. Sad soul with this life I'll lead. So tired of my past mistakes. Yeah, you're happy, well I can't relate. Well, I guess it's just my role in society. Yeah, me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. Me and my demons, we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. we're best bros. Everybody knows we always stay close. Me and
There we go.
Let me just send him the actual invite link.
It needs a valid phone number, and apparently my number, it was linked to a different Twitch account, so I'm trying to unlink it from that one first.
You're good.
Well, for now, let's do our stuff. While you get it.
Alright. Thank you.
Actually, go and get this dude set up. I think we have enough resources.
Sorry, I was throwing snowballs at cows because why not?
We're gonna be out of resources after this.
I don't think so. We need to make another bed for him, though.
Yeah, where's my sticks? Don't you love when you can't find shit? There's no way we ran out of sticks, I was about to say.
No, we've infinite of those. I'll go throw my millions of chicken eggs at the chicken farm and see if I get chickens.
I still have over 64 diamonds, by the way.
Yeah,
For all that.
fine. Yeah, we have a lot of little big ones. And we're gonna build another portal 1,000 blocks away and see if we get a better nether spawn.
Yep. Want to make another right shield?
Is that even a thing?
No.
That'd be awesome if it was. Oh, fuck! I gotta stop doing that!
There goes another potion.
I wanted to eat the chicken! No!
Keep it out of your hotbar.
Yeah, you cannot trust me with those. I'm just gonna keep a regular one on my hotbar. They have to drink. That way I don't do that again. I have fire resistance for a minute.
Only a minute?
It was a 3-minute one. Thank God it was only 3 minutes. I gave everybody fire
Guys,
resistance.
I have 32 obsidian. You think that's enough for a portal?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, we don't really need shared chat. Like,
Well, I mean, it makes it easier because it links all of them together. That way, when somebody asks something, anybody can answer instead of being split.
why is Kai telling me to smile? Kai's being sus.
We gotta remember the coordinates for the other portal too, though.
I know it moves faster.
Alright, well, while
I hate finding stuff in these chests.
While Dragon figures that out, we'll go build the portal and get it ready.
Yeah.
I don't know where to put Dragon's bed though.
We really need to consider this wonderful thing called organization.
Where do we put his bed? Because like, where?
Yeah, you can expect that. Alright, I have a steel and flint.
Also, it's nighttime, so
It's probably gonna be daytime soon here. Yeah.
I already have a steel and flint. But okay.
Ah! My fire resistance is gone.
Ah. You know you're damaging your armor by doing that, right?
What? No. Ow. Ow, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize, please. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. Don't trust me with a flint and steel. That's how water works.
What? Oh, yeah, that's how it works.
I'm gonna go up here now. I can't leave. Ow. I'm gonna die, you know. I'm gonna die.
And?
Oh, I gotta go repair my armor again.
There's no way you have to repair your armor again.
I did almost light the house on fire by mistake.
Why? Also, do I have no levels? Is that what I'm seeing here?
I only have 4.
I don't think I'm able to repair my armor. I don't even need to repair it. It's still on green. Might repair my pickaxe.
How does Dragon still have fire resistance? I only hit him with a 3-minute potion.
I don't even have enough to repair my pickaxe. Why though?
Yeah, I can't repair mine either. The enchanted one. I'm just using a regular one.
I have literally no levels.
What am I gonna get a magma cream? Over back. Ow! Asshole. I'm getting some levels out of it. I didn't drop one either. Why are they not dropping it anymore? Oh, there's one. What up? Ow.
Go down there.
No thanks. We got one though. Okay, that's one.
I got 2. What?
Oh,
What just hit me?
I don't. The Herobrine.
Drops you into the lava.
I know what to do. What's gonna happen?
You can't get back.
Yes, I can. I have obsidian. No, no, I don't. Oh, yes, I can. I can just
If you
rebuild it.
break it in there, the portal would be somewhere else.
Really?
I think.
So you're telling me it's like 5,000 blocks away?
But we'll just make our portal somewhere else.
Yeah. We got magma cream back. We can make one of those potions that I keep throwing for no reason.
You were out of potions because of you. Like, what have you done?
No, we aren't.
I'm grabbing an 8-minute drinkable and then a 3-minute one. Never mind, we don't have 3. We only have 1 of these.
So how far exactly are we gonna have to go to do this?
1,300 blocks.
How many?
1,300 blocks.
Is that actually how many, or are you just joking?
I'm joking. 1,000 should be fine enough.
So just build it right here, then. Okay. So
Are we
yeah.
going to the place where we sink through the snow?
So is it x-axis 5,000?
Or we
I
can go like a
just-
few hundred.
I'm sending you a invite.
You should be able to join mine.
Join-
I sent you the link to mine.
That's-
Yep.
There we go. Did it work?
Yep. Just waiting on you.
There we
There
go.
we go. Alright, now we can... Let's just go back then, Jack. Or whatever the fuck your name is.
Now it's time to set mod on your 2's stream.
Now we should be good to stream now, so.
Windowed. You can't go windowed borderless. I've tried that. It does the same thing. It goes windowed. That's about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's no borderless window.
Alright, now we can go to the nether without you dying.
I mean, I wish there was.
So go down there and grab a fire resistance potion or 2.
Alright.
Down in the cellar. That's what they call it.
Yeah, this one still likes to. It'll minimize if you go out, which makes absolutely no sense. But you know, it still does it.
Alright, we have 3 people now, and the server isn't dying yet, so that seems good.
And then we have to just go build another portal somewhere else.
Yeah, 3 people, it might be easier not to die.
Or it's
Just
harder.
one
not
of
to.
you. Just one of you don't hit a pigment again.
We're not gonna talk about that. Oh, did you see that
Where are
one?
you? We're going somewhere else.
Oh, yeah,
Going
we're
to-
building a second
building
portal.
different portal. So we're
Alright.
going somewhere else.
Door. Bro, I swear these doors are something else.
They fight with you.
All right, we're gonna go 1,000 blocks on the
Do you even
x-axis.
have food? I just realized I don't.
No.
I have food.
Give me some. I like 3 things. Thank you.
And then
The
we'll
only-
go.
Oh, I don't even have a lot of food.
I mean, like, if you guys want, if you have some redstone, I can probably try and make the door fully automatic.
Oh, do you know how to do
Redstone.
redstone stuff?
Yeah, when it comes to Minecraft, I'm more interested into the redstone portion.
All right, now nobody drown in snow.
This is why we have our diamond shovels in hand.
And yes,
It's
your
the-
entire
yeah,
inventory
same.
is gonna be full of snow. Follow the path of the pig. If the pig doesn't sink, we don't sink. Pig, guide us. That's not guiding us.
All right. Well,
I'm just gonna run and hope.
run and pray.
Nope. Crap.
But
Uh oh. Oh, it's sinking. We're sinking. Go over here. Just go around the mountain. I don't know what we're doing.
powdered snow is evil.
They need to remove that from the game.
It doesn't even make sense. How is there just snow in an area that's grassy?
Oh.
Look at that render distance. So horrible.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I can't wait to move servers. Oh, come on,
Really?
man.
We didn't even bring beds.
What's a bed? We don't
Not like
use
we need
those here.
Do we have the respawn anchor though?
I don't think so. Did we bring it?
Fuck no.
Oh well.
We'll have to get it again. Let's build the portal first. There's a drop here.
We can probably build it here. I mean, like,
No, gotta be 1,000 blocks. Better chance of a
Bruh.
different biome.
oh yeah, we're almost at 1,000.
Yeah.
Imagine eating.
Nuh-uh. We just gotta
We're
make
going
sure.
all the way.
We just gotta remember the coordinates.
All right, we're at 1,000. Right here. It can be. I forgot they allow you to build more, like, wider portals now.
Oh yeah, you can make giant ass portals now. You can bring a whole gas through it.
No, we're going to the. We have to get a respawn anchor, don't we?
Someone take a photo of these coordinates to remember them.
It's literally just 1,000. It's around the mountain. It's not that hard to find.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna laugh if we lose it. Mark it.
Yeah, I
That's
typed
not
it.
even a command. Chords.
If I shoot an arrow into the portal, will it go into the nether?
Yes.
All right, we have the coordinates. Let's go.
It won't come out the other side if I shoot an arrow at it?
No.
Wow, you're slow.
The fact that I can't see the portal anymore, even from here, is a problem.
The render distance is fucking shit, dude.
It's so bad.
Like, where are we right now? Who fucking knows?
I mean, I do.
Not through the snow again. Can we go around the mountain?
Yes. So imagine eating.
Imagine me killing you.
No, that's a creepy.
Creeper be creeping.
We're going the wrong way. This way.
It's getting dark. Are you scared?
Nah, it's fine. They won't do anything.
Skeletons want to have a battle? I'm gonna kill some pigs, actually. Food.
There's the mountain. Ow. So you can't park there.
Yes, they can.
Whoa, okay. There's been a cave next to our house this entire time.
The skeleton. Oh, you don't have a boar, don't you? Wow, this is a cave?
Apparently.
We've been down here, though.
I don't know if we have yet.
Oh, wow, we haven't. Huh. Can this render distance, like, actually get better, please?
There's probably a lot of daemons. The render distance is why you get lost. You can't see shit.
Yeah. Bro, can this fucking, like, fall damage make sense?
Probably not.
I hear our guests. That's how you know we're close. Yep.
I go bed now. I heard Enderman!
No.
Where you?
He's probably teleporting because it's raining. We'll never find him.
Aw. Damn it.
No demons.
No daemons?
No demons. Alright, let's get the... I think it's in my chest. Yep, right here.
You need the glowstone as well. Just you
I have 9
get
glowstone.
3. You have 9, get 3. There's 3 of us. We each die once, and if you die again, well, it's your own fucking fault at that point.
I'll take 9, just in case.
12? Got it.
Alright, back to the nether portal. Let's see where we go.
We need resistant fires.
I have... Oh, no, I don't. Yeah, I do. I have 2 of them.
I have 1.
I can just bring extra. It can't hurt.
I guess.
Especially if we stay in there long.
I have 1 3 and then 3 8s.
Wait, we need our soul speed boots and golden helmet.
I already have mine.
Well, dragon doesn't have the soul speed boots though.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
It'll be fine.
Do you have your gold helmet on you?
No. Where the hell is it?
Check your inventory.
It's not in there. I have a
Check
gold
your
ingot.
inventory. Check your inventory. Oh my god.
I did 3 times. It's not here.
You sure?
Yes. Oh wait, I'm
Check
blind.
again.
I found it. You threw it in my inventory. I hate you.
We need to make one for... Alright, here's your gold helmet so you don't get attacked.
Yeah, you want a dragon?
It's
Find
behind
it.
you.
Find it.
Oh, yep.
Alright.
Soul speed boots.
You don't need to have them on now. Put them on when you get into the nether.
We're not going to the end of that.
When you get to the end.
Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna throw this shit. Egg go away. Seeds go
Let me
away.
cook my pork chop that I got from murdering people.
I guess this pickaxe can stay. It's not gonna. I think is it. Carrots, I don't need you. I got 1 TNT and a flint and steel. So
If we need to die quickly, we can do it.
let's do it.
Hold on, I'm cooking my food.
Oh. Do I actually have any? I do have
Alright, I'm gonna kill all of the cows. That's a lot of sheep that we can kill right now.
What's a sheep?
That's a lot of sheep that can be dead. Perfect.
Good Gasty.
Gasty 1, Gasty 2, Gasty 1.0, Gasty 2.0, right?
Exactly.
Alright, you hear this? Can't wait for you to drink that one day.
Yeah, I'm testing fate with it. I know.
Now do that with a throw ball. Alright, let's go. I got the food.
What if I make a bottle of poison and then drink the bottle of
What
poison?
if I just push you in?
Yeah, right. I'm going to the portal. I'll see you later.
Alright, let's go to the portal. I think you're stuck.
Yep.
Alright, portal time. Alright.
It was 999X and then like 111Y.
Bet Kai is mad.
Mhm.
You know how to jump?
No. According to Kai, 1 block in the real world is 8 blocks in the nether, so I don't know how fucking far we're going now.
Oh, trust me. We're going far. Why are we going into the soul eating mountain?
Pig, guide the way. Alright, you suck. I see a spatter.
I killed the pig.
Spatter. Spatter.
Spider, guide the way.
And I believe
Then we went around here.
this is where we get consumed.
Yep.
Yep.
We go around the mountain and go that way to 111Y. Yep, get
Oh, damn, it
consumed.
still doesn't make sense. 1,000 blocks is over 8,000 in the nether. Alright, so we should definitely be
Yeah,
in the
we're
area.
definitely going to be in a different biome, which is what we need. So,
Let's just hope it's not above a lava pit.
I would laugh.
That's why we have the fire resistance potions.
Here, I'm gonna tell you all what's gonna happen. All right, we're gonna hit the portal, and as soon as we go in, we're just gonna be drowning in lava.
Of
Because that is honestly some shit Minecraft would do.
Mm-hmm.
course.
Okay, negative 111. So this way.
Well, that's why I have a poster of potion of fire resistance right in my eye. Hot bar. Damn. Fall damage, really. We did not go through a fucking forest before, dude. You're going the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's
How?
this way.
It's Y111. Is it negative 111 or? Oh wait.
Positive.
Oh yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Fuck. Is that lava right there? Oh, never mind. Oh,
Nice
Lag.
lag.
oh my God! What was that?
Nice lag.
You like were floating in the air for me. Wait, hold on. Let me catch up. What was that?
That was what you call server lag because it can't handle 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ!
Enderman! I'm looking right at you, boy. You can't even see me.
Tell him to
It
go
saw
to
me.
bed.
Help me! It's coming
Yep.
over here.
Bad Enderman. Bad Endy.
Bitch.
There you go. You got
Wow.
one. You
Oh,
a
I
pro.
got one.
It dropped.
Yep.
Bet. Let's go.
And a
Hmm.
pearl portal should be
I
right up
took a
here.
screenshot by accident. Crap.
Yep, right there.
Oh, it's
I think your arrow's still over there. Oh, that's it.
all right, guys. I will take one for the team, and I'll go in
Into
first.
the nether.
All right. Wish us luck. If you see us, we both died by lava. Well,
Alright.
Where are we?
where the fuck are we at?
This seems about as bad of a spawn as before.
Mm-hmm.
We're at 129.
Oh,
Right now.
you could push each other. Be careful.
Yep.
Wait, there's a thing over here. Wait, did somebody take a picture of the coordinates for our portal?
Yep. Yep.
Did you?
No, I'm doing it now. Let's see here.
Kai is stinky too.
Oh, then Kyle, we'll do it tomorrow with you then, because we're not going to be done with this in 3 hours. 134, 62, negative 40. Okay. As long as you remember that, we'll be
Well,
able
that's
to
what we're doing Fazzy tomorrow because we're doing that collab tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a dead end. Okay, so we're going to have to do the classic start digging.
Yep. What happened to that fast pickaxe you got?
It's
about to break and
it's
we can't repair it.
breaking, and we can't repair it. 'Cause it's expensive to repair.
Oh, I found some gold.
Oop.
Oh.
Yeah, we're not finding shit.
No.
You just got to keep going, man. We'll hit something eventually.
Finds our old nether, our other nether portal.
I will lose my shit.
Wait, we're like, what was our old nether portal at?
At our house.
It can't be
It's not,
anywhere
like,
near.
around
We
here.
were 1,000 blocks away from where the portal was.
No, we weren't.
Just got to keep going, I guess.
Our last nether portal was at 27. We're at 225. We're not even that far. We're honestly at the same level as the old nether portal. If
Are
we
you
run in
fucking
this nether
serious?
portal,
Oh, no way.
Drink a potion. Oh
drink,
yeah,
drink,
maybe we
drink,
should.
drink, 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 drink.
Yep.
Maybe we should drink one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just drank an 8-minute potion, so.
So we hit lava.
I'm hearing something.
Maybe we'll. Oh wait, hold on. Let me.
Oh,
I think that's what you were hearing.
Yep.
Yo, how far do we have to dig? We're going in the complete opposite direction of our portal, so we'll never run into that. But
Yeah.
yeah, we should keep going away from it. That's the point.
are we going in a one vein or
That-
one dig?
That way, when our stuff runs out, we all get fucked. Or we gotta hit something
Ow.
eventually, right?
I don't think we're hitting anything, dude.
Dude, we can't. This isn't infinite.
We should go back and go across to where we were before. Because there was an
This-
area across it.
There's gotta be something besides
Oh,
dying.
Okay.
Okay, we hit something else.
Oh wait, that's a crimson forest. Hold on.
Yep.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, new biome. Let's fucking go. Fuck off!
The skeleton. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
There we go.
All right, let's check this out. What's
another-
over here?
another
Oh yeah, you
biome.
can actually turn this into wood, by the way. Like this is
Yeah,
real wood.
I know. It's a biome. Let's go. We found a biome.
It's not going to be a red for. Hopefully, we can still find.
Oh, you can climb this?
It's like, yeah,
Wait, is this actual wood?
yeah, it's wood.
Yeah.
You have to use an axe.
No, you don't. It's like regular wood.
Bastion. There's a bastion next to us, I think. No.
That's-
No. No. Yep. No. It was just him.
What is this? Nether wart blocks? Can you just turn into actual nether wart?
Crimson stem. This is actually a nice building material. Maybe we should get some.
Buddy, I have 1 gold for you. Literally a single gold. What can I get for 1 gold? You fucking suck.
Hold on, I have some gold.
It gave me nether. Or leather.
Sure.
What is this?
What was that?
Shroom light? Okay. Hey, at least we found another biome. Like, holy shit. It's been forever. Haven't hit anything.
All right, so this isn't a blue biome, so we might not find Enderman here.
Yeah, but this biome might lead to another biome.
All right, well, come up here. Also, yeah.
Well,
Let's
I
explore.
need to trade with you.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, it's a whole biome. Nice. I remember
Crimson fungus. Wait, don't we need this to do something? I forgot what we needed for this for. Crimson fungus. What?
Oh. The Striders.
Great, those things are here.
Don't we need crimson fungus for something? I swear we needed it for like potions or something.
Maybe? Ooh, diamond.
Yo, imagine.
What's this?
Alright, let's go somewhere.
Warped fungus.
Ooh, a shroom light.
So the blues are warped, and
Yep. Oh. These
The baby wants to run away.
oh, they don't hurt you?
the blue mushrooms. It's for those Striders.
Oh, okay. I thought you said they run away.
They run away after you hit them.
All right.
Completely
So,
new biome, so cool.
yeah. There's a big one down there.
We don't gotta worry about lava.
I almost fell into it, and then I got scared, and then realized that I had fire resistance.
Oh wait, glowstone.
This is honestly a really pretty biome, though. Despite it being hell and all that. Hi, Piglet. Are you friend? Yeah, let's recruit you into the team. Come on, what's up?
Don't hit it. I have over 64 now, so that's good. There's more over. Wow, we can find a lot of glowstone here. But we need a blue biome. Let's see if we can find one of those.
Ooh, diamond. I'm kidding.
Ooh, Damon. Where?
This goes. Ah! Ow.
Tell me how I got down without no damage.
There's a lava pit
There's that
here.
damage.
Yep.
We don't need our boots on since I don't think there's any Oh wait, we're out of that biome. Oh,
No, we're not.
what do we know we're not?
Maybe we are. Okay.
We need a blue one though, not a red one.
I'm gonna go for a swim.
Runs out right now. Where the hell do you find a blue one, bro? How far do you have to go?
There's more glowstone here. Hey.
There's some here too.
As long as we have a lot of glowstone powder, respawn beacons will not be a problem.
Taking all of their light.
Nuh-uh.
All right, we have to look for a blue biome.
I'm stealing their light. Hold on.
Oh wait, Enderman. Hello there. Enderman sees me. Enderman's coming over here somewhere. I don't know where he is though. There he is. Bitch. Ooh, a pearl.
I dropped it here.
We have like 3 eyes now. 5, I think.
We'll need at least 12.
Yeah.
My fire resistance wears off in 1
Endermen
second,
are a good
and
sign
damage.
of a blue.
Or not.
I got this. Hold on. Come here. Everyone just gather around.
Okay.
Did I get everybody?
Yep.
8 minutes.
Yep.
Wait, why did it say 6 minutes and 48 seconds? What?
Uh,
I got
I
scammed.
have the full 8.
I only have
the full
6.
8.
That means you didn't hit me right.
That means we were too far for it to give you the full effect. Wait, there's another crimson over there, by the way.
So I'm sure if I smack a piglin right now, then I'm immune to damage, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I hear Gasty.
Let me just block this lava off so we want to come back. Oh, your redeems are bugged, Crimson.
What?
Crimson, your redeems are bugged.
They're bugged?
Hold on, Lorenzo.
Ah, I know why
How do you say
they're
that? Lorenzo?
fuck. I know why they're bugged. Hold on.
Why are they bugged?
It signed me out on OBS, remember?
Oh yeah, so you have to sign back into Twitch on the
Yeah, hold on.
the bot thing.
Thank goodness for the fire resistance because I just fall into a hole.
No, that works. What's not working? Sound alerts? Oh no, sound alerts is fine. Oh, I know what it is. Hold on.
What?
It mixed it up.
The mix it up bot?
Yeah, it's broken. Hold on. Yeah, that's what Mix It Up is. Let me just black this real quick so I can do this. I have to log back in, yeah.
Taking off a long time.
Yeah. Alright, try now. Actually, I can test it without breaking because I don't need the channel points.
Nice fucking lag, server.
There we go.
Alright, let's go
I fixed
look for more
it.
stuff. Why are we going out of here?
Well, didn't we already go through this way?
No, this is a different one.
We are never getting back to the portal, are we?
I have enough blocks to make a new one. If we can't find the portal, we can always just, like, make a new one.
We should be able to. Oh,
Nice one. I think you fell.
is he in the lava?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, go for a swim.
No! Yo, mine's gonna actually wear off. It's not a joke. Stop. You forget I didn't get the full effect.
You sure? Can we go through here? Is there anything over here?
I said we already went over there.
We didn't though, because we went a completely opposite direction to
Look
get
at the
there.
coordinates.
What?
They're similar. That's the one we came in from. Piglin, go to bed.
So where do we go? Hit it, I dare you.
Up there, maybe?
Well, we found one Enderman, so that's a good sign, but... Maybe there's a
Hey,
blue biome
just
somewhere
build
here.
up to it, bro. It's too tall. Okay, now this is new.
What's new?
There's another...
This is not new, dude.
It's also above us, too.
Yeah. Where's the blue ones? That's what we need.
I don't know.
You know, let's not use the fire resistance unless we need it, because we only have 2 left. Or at least I only have 2 left.
Yep, same here.
Okay, that's just a lava pool.
Build across a lava pool. Or go around it, because, you know, there's that option, too.
Yeah, it just goes around the farm. Ah,
I think that's lava. Oh, what's up, Strider? Come here. What's up, Striders?
what are y'all doing in here? Y'all are stuck.
My time to set them free.
I don't think they can walk on mine.
I'm giving them more area. Alright, let's go.
Where? Where do we go?
Through the lava. Yeah, there's literally nowhere to go.
Try to go up then.
Where are you going? Oh. Hey, don't you need warp fungus for the Striders?
Yep,
You got a thing chasing you.
Yep.
You're fucking bullied.
Okay, so oh god, there's 3 of them. Oh, fuck.
Just why? Hey, get pork chop from them. It's like a way to get food in the nether. Yo, how is my armor already? Alright, that makes no sense. And I'm officially out of fire resistance, so be careful now.
Maybe we should go up.
Where is up? Where'd you even go? Oh, you went up there. Yo, how far up are you going, dude?
All the way up that.
Going into a lava pool.
Oh yeah, there's because up is here to up to this part.
Oh yeah, let's just dig straight up. Yep.
Yes. Don't dig straight up.
What? Oh! Lorenzo died. And your shit's burned. It's gone. Yep.
It's fine.
Yep.
We have more diamonds at home.
I'm about to die. Uh oh. You know what?
Fire resistant.
Picked up your diamond shovel. Everything is gone. You're cooked.
The piglin just fell from up there and are now down here floating in lava. Well, no, you didn't tell me not to dig straight up.
You know that's a rule. I told you before.
Why is it a rule?
Lorenzo, you might have to like get stuff.
Alright.
We have diamonds in the house.
We have more than 64. You can just make some more shit.
We'll just go mine
I mean,
more
some of your shit
diamonds.
is still here. Some of your shit is still here.
So what was that rule about not digging straight up?
That was a rule.
Is this why?
Yeah.
I learned my lesson. Never doing that
Fucking
again.
told you.
How do we get up there now?
How about you just go over there, huh?
Oh, okay. This is a
You might have
drop.
to
This is a very heavy drop.
I'm sure we'll survive. So, fire resistance potion?
Man, lava can't stop me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I say we just build right here, and we just go up and then climb a mountain like that. Let's go.
Dig straight up again. See how that goes.
No thanks. I think I dug straight up into a lava pool. Oh yeah, I definitely did.
Where are you going? What?
Just getting more.
You have to make a shield again, too.
Oh my god, of
Who's
course,
shooting
a
at
fucking
us?
skeleton, bro.
Yeah, we may never find our portal again.
Yes, we will. Where's the fucking... Oh, no, it goes up even more. Jesus Christ. Build up again.
I guess it's just me and Crimson left.
How
On
much-
day one, bro died.
How much more? Oh, this is very up. Oh, this is extremely up. Wow, we are very up.
We use the lava to break your fall.
If you have fire resistance. How much more up can we go?
Up there? Whatever's up there?
Oh, this will dig straight up through the top?
Yep, let's go.
What's the chances we hit lava on the first few blocks?
100. Come over here. Oh, this is a dense area.
Wow, the lag.
This might just be a dead end. Wait. Yo. Are we on a different... I can't even tell if we're on a different area. Oh, yeah, we are.
Yeah, this goes far out.
Second we see a blue... Second we can find a blue one. That's when we can get all the Endermen we ever fucking need.
Why can't I just drop a water bucket in here?
Find out why.
I bet. I don't have water.
Well, let me just throw some shit away, like... Oh, I have your golden helmet, by the way.
Mine?
Yeah.
So how do we get back to the portal?
We don't.
We
We're
don't?
looking for a blue biome anyways. So, let's keep going. I have 20 obsidian, so... That's a drop.
There's glowstone over there. It's just we haven't been here yet.
That's a drop.
There's a lava pool.
Yeah, I know how to deal with this. 3 minutes.
No.
What do you mean? Yeah, we use the lava to break our fall, right?
It's just floating islands. If anything, build out on a bridge from here. Just build it out.
Yeah, it's too much work for me.
Alright, that's why they call me the bridge builder.
Yep, have fun, bro, building a bridge.
This is all netherrack, by the way.
I know. It's a weird version of netherrack, but it's netherrack. Ooh, diamonds. Ooh, diamonds.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, bridge builder, do your job. You have an
Alright.
enchanted fucking...
Yeah, just to
Oh
be
my
safe,
God.
do you want more fire resistance? I have an 8-minute splash potion.
Yep, let's do this shit. See, you don't give us the full effect when you point it down at the ground. You're supposed to point it up.
How many do you have?
7 minutes, 20 seconds.
Well, it's better than what I had. I had 6 before.
I'm just a brisk iced tea drinker.
Yeah, you're fired.
Falls into the lot, falls down onto a island and dies because of fall damage.
Fire resistance will not help with that.
Nope. And then all of your shit falls into the lava because, you know, it's a tiny island right below
It's, you know, it's a lot less tense building a bridge over a pool of lava when you have a fire resistance potion. When you
I know,
don't
so if you accidentally unshift, you don't die.
unshift. Yeah, Maya, what's wrong with Brisk, huh? Huh?
What you talking about?
Look at chat. So,
I can hit you off right now.
please don't. I'm the bridge builder.
No, I'm the brisk iced tea drinker because I've had like 2 cans already. On my 3rd. It's like alcohol.
I'm starting to see why the Nether is mainly Netherrack, and I think it's just because they know that people are gonna have to build across lava pools, and why
Yep.
it's so easy to also break. Like you can break it with your hand. Like,
But you can't get the item with your hand.
can you not?
No.
Oh shit! I didn't know
You can
that.
use a fucking wooden pickaxe though to break it. Actually, I forgot that this shit is actually wood. I can just fucking clear my inventory of
Yeah,
shit that
you
I don't
can-
need, like this
you-
respawning.
You can make. What? No, we need that. What?
This obsidian we don't need. These eyes
All
of
right.
Ender.
Yeah,
I have
you're
so much
you're
shit.
actually termed.
I don't care about the gold nuggets, dude.
We need to get further than this. All right, so we got a bridge right here. Yo,
Well, I'm making a crafting table out of.
all right. So the first bridge is this. I need to grab more netherrack from over here.
Here, use this wood that I made.
No, don't waste the wood. It's pretty. I want to replace our house with some of it, and start changing the house to that because that wood looks a lot better. You just
I
break
need to
it.
grab a lot more because I only have 64.
All right, so you'll be the wood gatherer. I'll be the netherrack full inventory.
Yeah, I'm not wasting all of my inventory, dude.
Listen,
Oh, I have your diamond sword too, by the way. I guess you already made one already. But...
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna keep my netherrack. Then.
I can just keep the diamond sword. You know what? Look at this. Look at me.
Yeah, you're ready to go.
2 diamond swords. Let me gather some more wood. I don't know if you redeemed that on mine or yours. It doesn't tell you. And if it was on mine, then mine's fucking broken for some reason.
No, it was mine before. All right, I got almost 3 more stacks of
Find out.
netherrack.
That has to be mine.
All right, let's go.
But if I tested... Oh no, it's just fucking broken. Why is it... Yo, why does shit just break? Hold on.
Great question, actually.
Like, the hotkey is set, and it just doesn't work. Whoops.
Oh my god, now it's tense. It's all lava right here. It's just a straight pool. Hey, a skeleton. The Nether's our friend, right?
Yep. I mean, it should work, that's the thing. Now it works. Alright. Whoops, hold on.
That's a problem.
Oh, you're doing. I'm collecting wood. You know, like, grow these trees in the overworld? That shit would be the best. But I think it's not how that works, so.
I hear Gasty.
You hear
Alright.
a Gasty?
Yeah, by lava. I hear multiple Gasties.
Alright, well, I have over 64 of this shit. I'm out of inventory space.
I'll come over here then, because I'm still,
So I can always grab more because by coming through our portal.
Oh! It's a Gasty!
Let me throw away this nether. Actually, I'm gonna give you this netherrack. Hold on. Here's some netherrack. Because I need some inventory space.
There's a gas in
I need
there.
to grab at least 64 more of this stuff because I have 3 just here.
We are never finding the portal out of here, are we?
Probably not.
I mean, we have the coordinates. 134, 62, negative 40. So, maybe we can.
Maybe? I don't know.
I'm trying to build across this fucking gas in the goddamn way. Go somewhere, bro. Actually.
We just have to go through this crimes and forest to get back. Do you think 64 and 33 are enough?
Damn gas. What?
Do you think 64 and 33 are enough?
Maybe? Wait,
We
what?
can always come back if it's not.
Alright, let's go. I blocked off the thing there so the gas couldn't see us.
Why is there just a...
Well, there's 2 trees here. We're on top of the netherwort trees. This... Oh, here we go.
Where's the ghast? Yo, there's a ghast over there. A dried ghast. Look, you can see it's like it's... But we have enough. Where are you, dude? I hear him.
Alright, for our safety... You said throw it up into the air about just like straight up?
Yeah. 3 minutes. Is that all you had? Is that the last one you have?
No, I have 2 more 8-minute ones.
Alright, good. I have an 8-minute drinkable and then a 3-minute throw. What was the point of that? I found the gas. No, I didn't. Oh, a skeleton. Let me see if I can hit him from all the way over here. I actually hit him.
Turned.
Let me see if I can kill him. And I just killed the skeleton from all the way over here.
It's like the longest bridge ever made. Going all the way.
There's only Crimson Forests around here.
I know, we're not stopping at these once again. We're just gonna keep going straight through. Because there's soul sand there, we just dig through.
The blue ones, the blue forest gives you the blue wood. It's blue.
Yeah, it's warped. It's the warped one.
Yeah, we got Crimson, which is your name.
Yeah, this is where I belong.
Let me just drop you into the lava real quick.
Please don't.
Where's the gas at?
I don't know. It tried to kill me before. Fuck.
Wow. He's
Whoa!
ready.
Oh, that was easy.
I accidentally just threw my 3-minute one. All right, dude.
Did you?
Why the fuck did it do that?
Oh, fuck. Alright, well, the gas has been taken care of.
You need to repair the bridge, dude. That's dangerous.
Oh, fucking gassed.
I only have an 8-minute one left, and then we're cooked if we fall into lava.
Yeah. Just keep going. The gas is dead, so nothing else should knock us off the bridge.
I wonder where we would end up if I actually built another portal right here.
Probably nowhere near home. And I think
Wanna find out?
the only way we're getting out is if we decide to build another nether port. We're so deep in. Oh, we could try getting home after, but maybe not.
Keep building. Yo, that freaking gas was creeping, dude.
Yeah, bro, I didn't realize he was
He was
underneath
below
us.
our bridge.
Yeah, they don't pay me enough for that one.
But my armor died. All of my diamond armor's gone.
Nice. You dare disrespect me?
I got this. Yeah. You're freeing the souls of the damned.
And that connects us to this.
God, this is a long bridge. Longer than all the other ones. Oh, yeah. Ew, this is slow. You walk slow on this shit. Oh, by the way, there's no more fire resistance, so we're cooked.
Yeah, what's the worst that can happen? Oh. We're cutting through it. We're on this side now.
Cool, look down.
There's a pool right there, and then it just drops.
There's a what?
There's a pool of lava to our left, and then there's a little tunnel area there, too, if you look up a bit. It goes that way. Right there.
There's one there, and then there's one also there.
Alright, so how we do this? Bruh!
Oops.
Idiot.
Alright, so the way we do this
Build a bridge again.
is we do this.
What about bridge building?
Watch out for the lava.
Alright, continuing in.
Drop.
Okay, at least it's not a lava pit.
I think this is where we would only find Crimson Forest. I don't think we're in a blue biome. Alright, build bridge building. Let's go.
Where? Across or where?
Just across. Actually, I think that's just at that end.
Yeah, there's more Crimson Forest over there. So do we have to build a third nether portal? I mean,
Get
okay,
home, probably.
can't we get home, break the portal on the outside, and move it somewhere else?
No.
What the fuck you mean no?
That's not how that works.
You just break, if you break the portal on the overworld and build it somewhere else, you'll get a different spawn.
Yeah,
That's what I was saying.
you will. So let's do that. So let's just... Should we just build one here, or should we try to find our open?
If you want, I can start heading over to the portal.
Well, we have to find our way back to our portal. That's the...
Just build one here and have Dragon just break the other one. So just build one here, we'll find our way back.
I'm not wasting all of my resources, so I'm just gonna... I almost just fell into the lava.
There we go. Let's see where we go.
What the fuck? Cave. Where are we at? We're at 2,000!
Alright, now
Oh,
break
no.
this. Get the obsidian back. This is what I was saying, you're not losing resources at all. Actually, you're gonna get more from this, are you not?
You actually get them back.
Yeah, then break this again, get this back, and we'll build somewhere else. We're 27,000x? Oh god.
Oh, we're gonna have a fun time getting back.
Yeah, we have to build some... Unless you want to build here. Do you think we'd get luckier?
Maybe. 27,000x is crazy, by the way.
I'm going the complete opposite direction.
He's far as fuck from us.
Wait, why is it 3, 4 up here? Oh yeah, we do get more back.
Told you.
Because that's how it works. The portal just spawns in out of nowhere, right?
Yeah. So actually, you didn't lose anything.
Actually getting more than we bargained for.
As long as you're okay with the trips of going all the way home. Getting
So
out
I
is
have
easy.
19,
There's one right
and
there.
I have no inventory space.
One right there. I have 4 in mine.
All right, so where are we? Let's find this out.
Ugh, another AI viewers thing on my fucking chat. What the fuck are these people, bro?
Wait, is this a jungle? Oh, wait, this is a jungle. Oh shit. We can get cocoa beans or cocoa.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're in a jungle right now.
Yeah, now we have to just get all the way back home. Unless you
I'll
want
try
to
to
build...
build a portal over here somewhere, like farther away from this one. See where we end up.
There's natural watermelons here. Oh, God. Never mind, the vine just saved me. Never mind, the vine's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
'cause-
jungles you can also get parrots from.
yeah, so going this way, we can get to 265, which will be home. Unless you do want to build it here. You want to just go
Build
here and say
it-
fuck it and see what happens?
This is too close to the other one, I think. This is too close to the one that we came on from. We wouldn't get that far. It is what you have to do
Yep.
to find what you want.
Yep.
Now imagine we were at like 16,000x.
Oh, yeah, this is a full-on jungle biome. You're right.
Can we like grow cocoa seeds or cocoa?
Yeah. I don't know what to use it for, though.
Cookies. You can make cookies out of them and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Get some cocoa right there.
But don't we need this wood specifically to grow it?
Let's just try to get a sapling. All we need is like 1 or 2 saplings, and we'll be fine. Next time you use my... Use your hoe.
I don't have with me.
I got a sapling. But this is oak sapling. That's not... Alright, dude.
Nope, that's not the right one.
It's not the right tree.
Cocoa beans.
Do you use oak, like, trees? See, things? Because if it does, then we can never get... Oh, I got a jungle sapling.
There we go.
Now I'm out of inventory space, so now you take this sapling.
Frozen lava.
What lava?
Okay, where the
Where the fuck are we gonna build this other
fuck?
portal?
Right.
Yo, we are somewhere else, dude.
Yeah. Watermelon. Sorry.
The
What
watermelon!
the fuck is this?
Chicken.
Why did they look at us?
Because they're jungle chickens.
Jungle chickens.
Yo. Alright, where do you want to build this nether portal?
Keep going this way. Ooh, cockle bean.
That's... Maybe you want to rephrase that.
I got 13 now. Well, building it in the jungle biome is not easy. Parrot! What do I get? How do I get you?
You don't. Oh, I think you should feed them sweet seeds.
The one time I
think.
didn't bring fucking seeds. I want El Parrot.
Is it wheat or do you just feed them? No, cocoa kills them.
Wait. I got 2 seds.
See if that's how you. I don't remember how you get them.
Yeah, it's seeds. Damn it! I
You
need
don't have
sets.
I want a parrot too, so I'm gonna try to get enough seeds to get a parrot.
I want parade. Another seed. Okay.
But come over here. There's a bunch of fucking grass. I'm gonna try to get this parrot. Hello. Wow, how hard is it to actually get
Wow.
these parrots?
I got it.
Why would you take my parrot? What is wrong with you, dude?
There's more than one colored one.
Okay, but what is wrong with you? I was literally working on that one.
There's one over there. Where'd the parrot go? Oh, they sit on your shoulder too? We should probably mark the coordinates of this jungle so we can get infinite parrots too.
Also turning dark.
We'll hide in a tree.
But where's another parrot? I only have 5 though. How many seeds do you have left?
2.
Give me your seeds. Oh, look, there's one. The blue one. I want that one.
Bruh.
Got him. How do you get him to sit on your shoulder?
They do it automatically if you stay still. Come here, parrot. On shoulder. Come on.
Oh my god! I have a parrot!
I see, now you're a pirate. Now go sail the 7 seas.
So what do you feed the parrots again? I think it's just seeds,
I think
and
it's
we're
just
gonna have to
seeds.
hide on a tree. Oh. Do they follow you around?
Yeah, no, they'll teleport. They're like dogs.
I don't know which is sitting. I'm guessing that's sitting, that's standing. Alright.
Okay, new rule. Dark, hide in tree. Is that bamboo? Why the fuck's there bamboo here? What the hell?
You can't feed parrots with seeds, so.
Alright, hide in a tree. This is
Oh, we're doing this shit.
this is our home until
Hello.
daytimes.
You just fly into my shoulder, or you just don't know how to fly around. Nice.
Now we wait, because we literally have nothing else to do. We gotta get home. Or build a portal somewhere. Why is there bamboo
Spider.
around? I thought bamboo was in a different biome. Come on, Moon,
Wanna make a
hurry
bamboo
up.
farm?
Yeah, I can make one. What do we use bamboo for?
I don't know, but I know you can make a farm out of them. There's
What
a
is it?
Zomboni.
Yeah, it can't get us clear, hopefully. What is bamboo used for?
No, it can't get us at all.
I'm gonna research what bamboo is for. What can we use it for? Can we make it cool things?
Spider! What? Oh my god, they can climb. I just killed my... Yo!
Are you having
This
a
is
problem?
fucking spider. Why the... Like, they're so annoying. Yep.
Alright, we're going higher up then.
No, I need it. I just killed my parrot with my bow because I decided to jump off my shoulder.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so I have to get a new one.
Not Parati.
Whatever, it's fine. I'll just make a new one. I don't think they spawn at night, though. There should be definitely enough seeds for a parrot.
Oh, scaffolding.
Oh yeah, that's useful for building. No, actually, no, it's not anymore. Scaffolding, you literally can just use your gas to build high up.
Oh, well, I have bamboo.
Well, we can still make a bamboo farm. Oh, while we wait for the sun, I'm gonna go stand up for a second. I need to find another parrot, because, yeah, mine decided to jump in front of my bow.
Did you try telling him no?
I couldn't tell him no in time.
Let me ban this fucking AI bot user. Let's try and make me buy AI viewers again. Bruh!
Really? I'll tell you what.
We're going down. We're going down into it. There we go. You stay here. And then we'll wait. Let's see. Streamboo.com. Yeah, get that. Account created yesterday.
Scammer.
Is there a way I can make it to where you just can't put like hyperlinks in my chat?
Nope, I don't think so.
Well,
is it daytime yet? I want my parrot back.
No,
Fucking
and
skeleton
I don't
is
think
fucking-
I don't think we expected this far away.
Neither did I. Nope. I know what to do. Build another portal. We'll go into the nether. We'll be safe there.
No, we won't.
What do you mean, no, we won't? It's better than here. As your parrot flies around. My parrot decided to commit suicide. That's a creeper. Creeper, stop creeping. I only have 33 arrows left. Oh, wow. I have 21 spectral arrows, though. I know what to do. We need 4 of these. Now we have light. Where is your parrot?
Oh, the sounds are broken too. Oh my god.
Are mine broken? I don't even know.
Why is everything
They shouldn't
broken?
be. Hmm.
Everything's broken. Hold on. It's because I had to resign the freaking on OBS. It's fine.
What if I kill your parrot accidentally?
Yeah, sound alerts is that's why. Hold on.
The fuck is that over there? Is it
There,
a witch?
That should fix that too.
No. She just disappeared. That was weird. Fuck off. Where's the sun at, dude? How long has it been since we slept? Because we might start seeing those fucking things soon.
12 years. By the way, we have to go through the water to get back. Boat time. Again. Hi, parrot. Whatever. Sun's coming up. Look at this guy. Alright, so we do have to take a boat, though. Zombie, die already. You should be You should be burning soon here. Alright, now just make a boat. Ow. Batter. Oh, you did not do that to him. That's fucked.
Hope that time is up. I need to find another parrot though.
Alright, we have a boat.
Cool. I need to find a parrot.
Inventory. Coco. Coco. Coco.
Where do I find a parrot, dude?
I can cause
Yeah,
a
one
forest
new one.
fire if that'll help.
That's how you kill all of them.
What is this? This jungle? Oh, it's a lot of mud.
Hold on, I'm looking for a friend. I hear one. Where though? I heard one. Hear it again. Where are you?
Ooh, Coco.
I hear a parrot. I can't find it.
You sure you're not hearing mine?
I'm far away from you.
I found one right here.
Oh, let me go to you.
The colored one too.
What color?
The rainbow one. It's the.
Ow.
Oh, he's flying this way. Parrot, turn. Right. There.
Hey.
All right, boat time.
Wait, how does he stand on your shoulder when you walk? Mine doesn't do that.
It does it sometimes. Other times it'll just teleport like a dog does.
Is mine sitting down? I gotta make sure it's
Oh,
not.
Coco. Coco.
It was.
Coco. I have 39 cocoa beans.
How much cocoa do you need?
I don't know. All right, boat time. And I think
Oh,
they
are we gonna
also
make a new
go
meta
on your
portal?
shoulder. Yeah, but not right here. Parrots, you gonna get on our shoulders?
He can teleport to us, I guess.
They usually sit on them when you're on the boats.
Guess not.
Wait, you made your bird. Oh, there's a bird there. Okay, bye, birds. I guess you'll follow us.
Yep. Watch him not follow us.
Nah, they will. They teleport.
They're like dogs.
Ah, here comes a boring biome. We go around it.
Ugh. So where do you want to build this new nether portal? Because I don't want to do it near our base.
My pickaxe is gonna break too.
Where's the parrots? Do they not follow you?
They should.
I don't think they followed us.
Oh, we lost our parrots.
You don't care?
I don't want to go all the way back now.
They should have teleported. What the fuck?
I don't know.
So you're not gonna go. All right, dude. I think we went too far and the chunks unloaded. Like,
This server is ass. You want to build a portal here?
I want my parrot back. Like, come on, dude.
You want to build one here? My pickaxe is gonna break soon. Just saying, but
I just want my parrots back. We need to get our parrots back before we go.
we're not going into the nether with the parrot. It'll die anyway.
We can set it outside the portal.
And if you can't find the portal again,
We needs our parrots back. Why would they not follow us? That's the question.
because the server, like you said, the server unloaded it.
They should have teleported still.
We'll get parrots after. We'll just go in. Maybe it might throw us back into the jungle biome anyway.
It won't.
We're further away. We're far away from the other one. So, are you gonna have enough to build a portal inside as well?
I have 10. Ow.
All right, let's try it again. It hits lava, dies.
Maybe. Be careful, because sometimes it'll do that. And nope, it's another Crimson Forest.
Well, this is shit.
We immediately go back, because this is not where we want to be. Bruh.
Break it again.
Why are you using a shovel? What are you doing?
Bad portal. Bad
Let's
portal.
just go back and get our parrots.
They're not gonna follow again.
But this is getting annoying.
Yeah, obsidian's horrible.
Ow. Alright, let's go back, I guess, and try to see if our parrots even exist.
I don't even know which way back is.
Oh, well, I guess. Up on a tree it is. Looks like maybe that way.
What is this?
Oh, I guess we just lost the
Oh,
parrots forever.
pink dye.
See how fast we lost our friends?
Yeah, 2 seconds. All it takes in this game. Ooh, fun. Aw.
What'd you break?
I think of the wow.
There's a wow.
Hey, what you doing over there? Look at this dude. Look at him. Look at him. Oh god, he sees us. He's reloading.
There's a freaking mine shaft
What
down
is?
there.
Oh my god.
What is this cave?
That's wow.
If we go down there, we're never getting back up. I hope you know that. And we
Wow.
don't even have water on us to go down. And it's also turning dark.
Ha, what made you guess that? The fact that you could see the sky through the cave?
Oh, we should have brought a bucket. Mm,
There's water right there. I wonder if we could dig. There's gotta be a lot of good shit down there. Look how
we
far.
need to go down there now. We have to go down there now.
I found the portal, but I guess it's too late now.
Oh, we're at
Yeah.
2,000.
We found like a real. Oh Jesus!
This is a gigantic cave.
This is
Look
like.
how many creepers are on there. 1, 2, 3, a skeleton. Oh my god, we're cooked.
I mean.
Oh fuck.
Oh shit! Sir, stop it!
We need to sleep. Where?
It's under a tree. I want to get. Can you guys like respectfully fuck off? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think if you kill them all, they don't respawn. So
Yeah, there's only 2.
look, it's 3. What?
Nice. What are these things?
They're phantoms. Told you, we should have probably found beds.
They can't park here.
I know what to do. Just block yourself in.
I want to go down that cave and see what we can get.
Well, we have to wait. Move.
What? I can't. This is. It's fine. They can't. They can't get us here. And this is our home for the next like 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah. Oh, why?
How the hell do they expect you to get down in that cave?
You don't.
I mean, we can always use a fire resistance potion to jump into the lava.
I only have 1 left. After that, we can't go into the nether.
I have 2. We might have to go back home anyway after this, to be fair.
Yeah, we do. My pickaxe is, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I mean, we could probably just jump into the lava pool down there.
Yeah, let's do it right now. Misses the lava pool and dies.
That's got to be like the biggest cave I've ever seen.
Yo, imagine you missed the lava pool and died.
That's why I said let's
I
be
think-
careful and just try to get to it.
I think before we jump, we should make beds and reset our spawn. Just a thought.
Or we can dig down. But I mean, if we have we have fire resistance. I mean, even if we dig down,
Okay, what if you dig down and there's a giant drop?
then you cry, scream, and call mommy because you're in trouble.
I think we should make beds before we do that. Do anything. and
Or we
reset
can
our
also
spawn
we
right
just
here.
go on the other side and see what's over there because I saw water falling down and it could be right there.
But I still think we should make beds in case we do die, because if we die, we're not getting our shit back ever again.
Do you see any sheep in this area? Have you seen any sheep at all?
Where
Exactly.
you can find sheep. I'm not going down there until we get beds, so. You can go down there on your own. Have fun. Alright, it's daytime.
No, it's not. I hate
No,
the
it's
day.
not.
The day-night cycle is so long.
Alright, see ya. Look at them up there. I just place the respawn anchor down here and try to use it.
No,
Why?
it go boom
That's good. That means we go home.
without everything.
I have 2 ender pearls. These guys are annoying, dude.
For real.
That's a creeper.
What crepper?
Here's some gunpowder.
Yeah, it can make more boom booms. Oh, I have no inventory space. That's right.
Yeah, how are we supposed to get shit if we have no inventory space?
Yeah, we might have to go home.
I want to go down the giant cave that has a bunch of shit. Why are you going? You're stupid. They're literally right there.
Can't park there, sir. No, can't park there.
How many are in the sky?
True.
Ow.
I killed one. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't work like that in here. Okay. This one's God mode. Like what?
Make the last one God mode.
Like die. Oh yeah, we killed all 3. Okay.
Alright, so what do you want to do here? Want to make a chest up here?
No, actually, we could probably build down into it. Not
There's
on
a
this
lava
side.
pool. Oh. It's right there.
What if we go over here?
Creeper. Creeper be creeping.
Yeah, what if we dig down? Wait, what's below here? No. Actually,
What do you
fuck yourself.
Oh, he died.
See, I don't think we could jump down there, but
There's lava down there.
I know. But we can also dig. I honestly, I feel like this cave might have been an error. It looks like this wasn't supposed to form like this.
No, there's actually caves that look like this in the thing.
Are they rare? Because this is like crazy.
I mean, there's a mine shaft right here, and those are pretty rare. So I'd say, yeah, they're pretty rare.
It's turning daytime. Okay, what if we
Dig straight down?
staircase our way?
You mean with your breaking pickaxe?
Yeah.
Just make a new pickaxe.
It's lava. Oh, there's a Dripstone stuff here.
You know what that means?
Ooh, water.
If you go this way,
Wait, there's water.
where's that water lead?
Fucking dirt. Hold on. If I guide the water out this way, we can go right down. There we go.
Oh yeah.
We good? We gonna go down? There we go. See? Professionals, right?
Right onto the mine shaft, right here, because this is a huge mine shaft.
We're fucking pros. We know we know how to Minecraft.
We're gonna have to use the blocks of crimson if you don't have any blocks.
And the whole cave is lit because it's just it's holes everywhere.
Yeah, literally.
How deep is this right now? We're 13 right now, yeah.
Damn, that's a deep cave.
All the way down.
Creeper!
Crepper
Stop
be crepper.
creeping, man. No, let's go into this mine shaft, though. There might be some good shit on here. Like, look at all this shit. It's a giant mine shaft. Alright, bridge techniques, go ahead. Why are you using soul sand? Are we not going onto the men's shaft?
We are, but we can go out there. We can just go like this. This is safe.
Perfect staircase. Oh wait, it starts over here too.
Well, this is already shit.
Well,
Fucking dripstone.
go around. Nope.
Well, this is shit.
Well, shit. Well, this is shit.
I really feel like this is like the spider spawner is right there.
Yeah, the spider spawner.
I really think it's deformed and it's not supposed to be like this.
Do you want to go back up and just go home, or do you want to keep? Well,
What about demons?
ooh, that water just saved me.
We need to find demons.
Now, let's try to find daemons in this giant fucking area.
Jesus Christ.
This place is huge.
What can I sacrifice that I don't need? Leather, I can sacrifice you.
Can I sacrifice all the ender pearls that I have? My iron
Jungle
boots,
planks
my
I could
respawn
sacrifice.
anchor,
Soul sand, I can sacrifice.
Stripstone block. That crimson fungus. I don't need that. What the fuck is that?
Soul speed iron boots, I don't need you.
Yeah, what?
Glass bottle, I can get rid of. We can just make another one.
Did you get rid of your? Nice.
Boat, I don't need you. Okay.
Ooh, daemons.
There's no demons.
I know. I hear something else walking.
Crepper!
Crepper be creppin'.
Sorry, you can't park there.
Crepper be creppin'.
Ooh, iron.
Ooh, daemons.
Oh, right. I mean, this cave was
Yeah.
just a lucky find, so I mean...
Oh, you're a skeleton.
Ooh, lapis.
Lapis? What is this?
Lapis. There we go. Ooh, caper.
Bitch, how the hell? Crepper be creppin'.
Sir, you can't park there. Sir, you can't park there.
Why do you still have your freaking gold helmet on, dude? Daemons.
Let's not go this way, because the whole floor here is, like, everything. There's gotta be demons.
If there's no daemons, this was.
Yeah, it goes down
useless.
further.
I am not going down that far. Oh, that's a skeleton.
Ooh,
We'll find daemons the old-fashioned way.
coal.
There's gold. Yo, where's all the daemons at, dude? Yo, this cave is useless.
We need daemons.
I said we just go home.
It's raining in a cave.
It's raining taco.
All right, now. What's over here?
Maybe it's daemons
It's literally raining.
in a cave.
Why is it all like this? I hate you. Whoa. You actually
Where the?
can't park there, man.
Stop parking there. Told him not to park there.
Ow.
I see daemons.
No, you don't. Die!
Yes, I do. Look over there. Look straight. Look where I'm looking.
Ooh, daemons.
Oh, how do we get over there?
Yo, Minecraft really has a fucking creeper problem.
There is a fucking baby zombie on it. Yo,
I see
up
lapis.
real
I
quick.
see what?
look up where I'm looking. Over there.
Where?
Over there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a chicken jockey.
What is he doing?
I got this, don't worry.
You killed the chicken. You didn't kill the actual zombie.
Nope.
All right,
He's dead.
let's get those daemons.
Come on, let's not die. I hear a mad zombie.
Hi, creepy. All
Preppers be crepping.
right, to the daemon.
To the daemon, because there's probably just a single diamond that was worth. Why don't you use these just to climb? I mean, you can like. There we go.
Wait, where was
Ow,
it again?
Ow. It's somewhere over here.
Found it. Oh god, hold on. Bruh.
You're burning!
I literally can't get it.
But what are you doing?
I might be in trouble. Please wear off. It's not that complicated.
It was a single fucking diamond. Alright.
Can you block that? I hate lava so much.
I don't know where to block it from. That's the
Up
thing.
there.
'cause, like, I don't know. Well, I gotta go up higher.
I hate labor.
Oh shit, I'm on fire.
The wood is bad lava.
Motherfucker.
So tired
Where
of
are
these fuckers.
He's right there. He's creeping! Yo, this is actually creeping. Stop creeping, bitch.
Holy aimbot skeleton, bro. Yo!
Where the fuck did you... Oh. That's where the light was coming from.
Okay, well that was a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, a single
Ooh,
diamond.
Damon!
I am not going all the way down there. Unless you're bridging down there, then sure.
It's Damon's, but it's Damon's.
Well, we have to go. How about we go over here to where we're closer? So what, right there? So we have to go on that block right there. Right beside that gold. Ah, you can jump and make that, right?
No. I don't want to risk this.
Do it! Don't be a bitch!
Ah!
See? So it's like, what, right here?
It was spatter. What the hell?
Here's your diamond. There you go, you're right there. Can you place down a torch, please? Also, there's gold. Also, those daemons are dangerously not... Holy shit. 1, 2, 3. That's not a drop.
Finding Damons.
4, 5. That's going to be a drop. No, it's not. 6. I got 18 diamonds.
Damons. So there is a lot of Damons in this cave.
Turning dark. How do we get out of this cave? That's the question.
Easy. Remember seeing this over here?
All
The
right.
mine shaft area? It's just a giant hole in the fucking roof. Ooh,
We need
Iron.
more daemons.
More Damons?
Oh, I only have 18 daemons. God, we should have built a bed so we can sleep.
Actually, we can get out like that. There's water that goes all the way up.
All right, let's go then. That's a skeleton with an enchanted bow.
Ow.
I got his enchanted bow. Power 1 and unbreaking. I'm so combining that with my bow. Motherfucker. Where? Oh. Where'd you go? Oh. Alright. Let's deal with these fuckers that spawn and kill us. That does not go all the way up. I think you were misled.
Nah, hold on.
You pushed me. Yo, can you not?
I'm not trying to. It's the current.
Are you using an iron? Are you using a freaking... Alright, now let's actually go home.
Yeah. I have nothing to build with. Because my inventory's full. Hold on. Alright, let's
I
go.
bet I can combine this just to get the unbreaking part. Whoa, creeper.
We go in this direction.
Guess we lost our parrots for real. That's crazy.
Hi, Crepper.
That's
Bye,
Crepper.
Crepper.
Why would you think that was a good idea?
Because they're behind me.
That doesn't matter. They can still... There's also 2 spiders trying to follow you. Bitch.
You mean a spader?
If there's a crepper, you have to kill it, dude. Like, you can
Bad
die.
spider. Nuh-uh.
Okay, we have to go to 2-6 something.
Yep.
And we're at almost 2,000.
Yep.
There's Crepper and a zombie following you.
Okay, that wouldn't hold up in court. You can't prove it.
There's about 3 Creppers behind us.
I saw an Enderman lose their shit.
Alright, we're heading back now. Imagine swimming.
Who swims anymore?
Chickens?
It raining is not helping us.
It's not. What if we try to build an ender portal like right here?
We're running out of stuff, and we have no inventory space.
We just need the freaking Eyes of Ender, and then we can go fight the dragon.
And then die.
You still have bamboo.
Yeah.
Good, we can make a bamboo farm.
Bad zombie.
Sunflower? I'm taking some. Why not? Some decoration.
They're not very sunny right now.
It's not sunny. It's a bad zombie.
Thank you.
That portal is somewhere in the nether, by the way.
Huh?
That portal is just somewhere in the nether.
Why can't we dig to the nether?
Dig straight down eventually. Is that a fucking zombie in full copper gear? Or is that leather? Alright, that's leather. That's copper. What?
Huh? Yo, actually, bro. The
Server's
lag?
lagging?
We need a new server, bro.
We really do. That's a skeleton, that's a zombie, that's a creeper. Holy shit.
Can't
Wait, we
prove
can
it.
make beds.
There's only 3 sheep. 3 sheep makes 1 bed, genius. Oh, there's 4. Still not enough, though.
No!
We have a problem. Just run, dude.
Why the fuck are the creepers here? Jesus Christ.
we need
and
to-
my shield broke.
Yeah, we need to just run.
Where are you? Oh.
Oh,
How did my shield break if I didn't even use it? Nope. You can't run from these things. You have to kill them.
it's not them I'm running from. It's the creepers and other mobs that are trying to swarm us for no reason.
My shield broke somehow when I didn't even use it.
We will get to safety.
You literally can't run from these things. You forget.
Sure we can.
Yo, if they hit us, you know we're fucked.
Well, then I'm making a very, I'll make a very, wordy feedback statement to Minecraft.
Like why they would add these things? Maybe. What if we just make it to where one player has to sleep?
Should be daytime
my God.
soon, no?
Doesn't
No.
matter if it's raining.
Oh, looks like it's boat time again.
I'm like, what?
Oh, look who's here.
Yeah.
We're going back home. We've had enough of an adventure at this point.
Yeah. Lost
There's a village nearby. If you want some more beds.
Yeah, I think it's time to sleep. I lost my shield. Bitch!
Bro, come on, bro. Actually, though.
Holy shit.
No way.
God. Fuck off.
Everything in this game is out to fucking kill us.
Yeah, it is. My shield is gone.
Village.
Yo.
Yo, fucking tree. Move.
Home sweet. Nah, I'm fucking dropping these. I don't care about them.
Hi, villager. I have to steal your bed. I'm so sorry.
Yo, there's not enough time for us to all to sleep, by the way. Give me your bed. Find a bed quickly before we get kicked.
I like how we could just casually steal a villager's bed.
And alright.
Well, fuck. What the hell? Yo, the Iron Golem actually was standing on top of a fireplace.
What?
Yeah. That's how water works.
Alright, now let's rob the villagers and then leave.
Crepper!
Like, for example.
I'm stealing one of their beds. Oh god, no inventory space. Fuck. Spider eye, fuck off.
I'm actually stealing a bed too. Hold on.
What is this?
Oh, that's a grindstone. We can use that.
What does it? What does it do?
Lets you create like stairs and shit much easier.
Sorry, villagers, we're taking your shit.
Grindstone. Maybe we can find a blast furnace here. That's what we need. Why is there just lava here? It's over here. Oh, this village is pretty large. Yeah, what's in here? Nothing? Cool.
I have a lava pit here. Oh, an emerald. Piece of bread. Potatoes. Oh, thank God.
Iron helmet, apple, bread, an iron spear.
There's
I
a
don't need
forest
that.
fire starting because of the lava.
Great.
You want some food?
We take a campfire?
No,
You
you
will
have
need.
to.
You will need silk touch or just make one.
Hi. How you
I
doing?
wish they had a blast furnace here. That's what I'm looking for.
Why do y'all look like this with this resource back on? Oh, I fucked up. I didn't mean to hit him. Misclick.
Oh, you're
Misclick.
cooked. You're
No,
cooked.
it was
You're
a
cooked.
misclick. It was a misinput. I'm sorry.
You might want to reset your spawn point right now on a bed.
I'm running away. It's fine. It was a misinput. I'm sorry.
Don't. Nope.
We might have to kill it. We might have to kill it. We might have to kill it.
Don't. Oh, yeah. He's dead.
They do us so much damage, bro.
Did you get hit by him?
Yes.
There's another grindstone over here. I need
It
to
was
find
a misinput, bro. I swear it was a misinput.
It would be so useful if we found a blast furnace.
Like how
This
all their
fucking
trees are
village
on
is
fire right now.
It's only when we came that they started doing that. So
Because the chunks loaded, yeah. Chunks weren't loaded yet, so this wasn't.
Is there just not going to be a single blast furnace in this entire village? That's what I'm thinking. Yep, no blast furnaces. This village is ass, by the way.
What are those? Oh, they have barrels. I want to take these.
Actually, yeah.
Oh, Oh, you took it. Well, somebody took it.
Yeah. It's me.
Good
I
for
did.
storage. What else do they have here that could be useful? There's lava pits. Always nice to die in.
I think that's it, really. What is this?
That's
Oh.
a barrel. Oh. It's wheat.
You are useless.
Ooh, a spider eye.
I'm taking barrels. And I'm leaving dripstone here for them. Fuck it. Oh, no, not that.
It was a misinput.
Don't look at my fucking barrel. Why do you look like a bird man? What the hell is this resource pack?
What do you mean looks like a bird man? Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, this resource pack is on something else. There we go. That was assault with a deadly weapon.
That was my hand.
Still a deadly
What's
weapon.
this? Oh.
I'd say we just
Alright, let's go
continue on.
Continue on where?
To home. I'm gonna go piss off the villagers. Hold on. There, we went. Alright, let's go this way.
Where'd our parrots go? You can also get a cat friend by,
What
getting-
house is
by
this?
feeding him fish.
It's nothing.
A useless house? I want dark oak. That's what I want. Like, dark oak is probably the best wood in the game.
Onward. Ow. Hey, turtle.
Kill it.
Ow.
Ow. Hey, I got some seagrass. Want some seagrass? Here you go.
Onwards to death.
Where'd our parrots go? They kind of just disappeared.
Wait, hold on, I'm the wrong way. Yeah, it's this way. Fuck off, skeleton.
Why is there just one in the water?
Bro, like actually, like where? We're almost home.
Yay.
What?
What? You know what? We can conquer that. Let's go to the villager outpost.
What? Bruh. Break! Jesus Christ, everything in this game is frustrating, huh?
Hill like is your outpost up here.
You can't prove it is one, though. I've been
Mine's
left.
just building up.
I've been left behind. I'm stuck. What?
All right,
That's-
pillagers.
This is literally.
Have at thee.
I can't get up. Help, please, somebody.
Wait, did we conquer this one already? There's nothing here. What the fuck is this? Yo, what is this bullshit?
The fuck else did I pick up?
Yo, there's nobody here and nothing here.
Maybe we did already.
Maybe we didn't. Hold on, let's go all the way up.
I found a sweeping edge to thing.
Crossbow. Dark oak logs, you know, I'll take that.
And I got a sweeping edge to a book.
What does
Let's just-
sleeping edge do again?
Crowd control. Let you hit like 3-4 mobs at a time.
Found a pillager.
Oh, you found one?
He's dead now.
Well, this place was utterly useless except for the. Wait, isn't this made out of dark oak?
Yeah.
You want to take all their dark oak? It's a good building block. Yeah, we're tearing apart this place for dark oak.
There's a pillager trying to kill me. Oh, there's another one.
As we tear apart their fucking home. Yep. Yep, we're tearing apart their home. I'd say that's enough, honestly. I'm gonna just throw these glass bottles away. We can make more. So throw them away, not give them back to me.
It's
All right,
getting
let's
dark.
sleep.
We'll sleep in the pillager outpost. Fuck it.
Actually, yeah, this is our home now.
Yeah, we'll live here.
You know what's funny? You can make one of these your home. Yo, hurry up and sleep, my dude.
Okay, now we should stop getting attacked by those thingies.
Well, now if we die, we go all the way back to spawn.
Alright, I'm going home.
Yep. Chiken? Did I hear a chiken? Learn how to jump up blocks.
What's a block? Stop ruining my immersion. This game hates me.
Why is there so many sheeps? I bet you don't even know how to get home.
I do,
not-
but this terrain is absolutely infuriating.
How'd I get up here before you?
Go to bed.
Alright, good night. Deletes the chunk. Chunk is gone. No more house. No more guests. That's when we switch servers.
For real.
That's a creeper. What the fuck is a creeper doing?
Creep would be creepy.
Yeah.
Really?
That's a skeleton. Where is home? We're at 800.
Yeah.
Should we kill some pigs for food?
What is that?
Collect more food.
We have a farm of them.
What's a farm?
You just ruined my immersion even more.
After we get our shit in order, we can go find more nether.
Longest trip ever.
We've traveled 3,000 blocks there and back. What do you mean? I want to make this pig homeless. Can we just see our gas, please? Like, I want to go home.
We're getting there. Also, remember our z-axis is we need to be negative 223. I can't run anymore. Fuck. Oh, it's fine. I'll take the damage.
And water.
Do it again. Across. And continue.
I just accidentally. I hate this Windows key, dude. Actually, about to rip it off my fucking keyboard.
Yeah, you rip it off your keyboard. You show it. You tell it.
No, Minecraft needs to learn what windowed borderless is.
For real.
Are we there yet?
Almost.
Wow, this is a birch forest.
Yep.
Birch is like the worst building block in the game. Even dirt's better than birch.
A dirt house.
Yep. Everyone's first Minecraft house.
What, dirt?
Yep.
Alright, let me go straight.
Why is there just a
The wolves are
What?
attacking them.
I have no inventory. I'm gonna add a mod that gives you unlimited inventory, I swear to God.
We should continue, and then eventually we will see home. Unless it got reset somehow.
That would be sad.
No, then we're taking the world fire and figuring out another server host and it's like this. Is that another zombie with copper armor on?
Oh my God, that's why he's not burning.
Huh.
And he's coming after us.
No,
He's
he's
just missing
not.
the boots.
He's not coming after us. He doesn't get paid
You
enough.
know, if
to
you
do it.
actually throw a armor at a zombie or something, they'll actually pick it up and put it on.
Really?
Yeah.
They need to make friendly zombies, just like we have friendly gas.
Exactly.
And add friendly creepers too.
There's mods that does that.
Friendly creeper.
The creeper asks permission to explode on your screen, and if you say no, then it turns friendly.
Bruh.
Do I have your permission to explode on you? That sounds wrong, but that's what I just threw my sword.
Are we there yet? What?
Yo, what?
Yo.
Huh?
The server will be restarted in a few seconds to fix the server load. Huh? What?
New hosting time.
Yeah, we need a new server. This is horrendous. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
Yeah, let's just go to Hypixel, bro. Like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
It's down. What?
Up, it's back up. And we lost all our data.
Where are we? Okay.
So
Well,
the server really can't handle 3 people?
there's our drop.
Yeah, the server really can't handle 3 people. That's sad.
There's the house.
Hey!
I guess. Shit, we're finally home after probably like an hour and a half.
Let's see if I can put these together. Probably not. Oh, I can. I now have a power bow, or I have an unbreaking bow as well.
Bruh. The weather system is so broken.
Yeah. Alright, we have 2 more Ender Eyes, so that brings us to 5 Ender Eyes.
So how many do we need total?
12 at least. I need a new shield. How many diamonds do we have left? We lost all of our diamonds. We have 9 diamonds left, my dude.
No, we don't.
I have 30 on me.
Oh. So I need to repair my stuff.
I have to add the sweeping edge.
I can grow our jungle
And-
sapling now.
I just used all of my shit to repair my... Oh. Yep.
I put a jungle sapling down.
We only have 36 diamonds. Server froze.
Holy
there it goes.
fuck. Yeah. Sacred diamond shovel.
Yep.
Why are you throwing a bunch of wood in the lava?
Because I don't need it.
Why do you have a diamond hoe in here?
Because that's mine, I just haven't had it.
Oh, where's the iron? I need to make myself a new shield. Right here.
This carpet.
Place it there.
Alright.
And while this smelts, I'm gonna take like 5 minutes to actually stand up and not.
Why are you cooking them in there
Not
instead of in the
that bad.
blast furnace where it cooks faster?
Oh.
I think we should take a small.
来てくれて一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。 焼き食べたり動画撮ったりして、で私もでそれからさやかが大阪までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ 焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。 新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。 それからさやかが大阪までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。
I think we'll be okay. I don't have the PNG for Kai. I don't.
accept me.
So I only
did
have
accept
minus.
you.
Did you?
I don't know why it's not working.
Yeah. All right. I only have the thing for
Just
Maya, so Kai, I don't have yours. I'm sorry. You're gonna be.
So I
you're not gonna
remove
be-
you and add you back. For some reason, it's not working.
And then, well, Dragon's gonna be gone for quite a bit here, so we'll just do a game or two when he comes back. Just put him in. He had something to do.
Join back like a good boy.
yeah, hang on. Ah,
There we go. We got Kai in here now. All right. Maya, you need to help me set up the PNG for Kai at some point.
Yeah, we can do that another time.
All right. So yeah, Dragon's not gonna be for the first couple games. So we're gonna go get murked by a ghost ourselves. So I'm
Let's
just
go to
gonna.
the first ever
Yeah,
level.
I'm
that
just
you
gonna.
have,
I'm just
which
gonna
is
put us on
Tangled
this
Drive.
difficulty. This is the difficulty we're gonna be on.
Nope. Are you good? Oh,
All right,
let's
we'll do
right,
intermediate, bro.
now I should can hear me.
let's talk in game and just.
Oh yeah, everyone turn Discord volume all the way down.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
There we go. Oh yeah.
Hello.
Hello?
All right, let's get murked by a ghost, guys.
All right, that's a.
Sound.
Let's go ahead and do Sunny
Go
Meadows.
on mute on Discord.
We're doing which one?
We're gonna do Sunny Meadows. Do this one.
I don't even have it locked. I don't even have it unlocked.
It's the giant like insane asylum.
Oh no.
You both are still talking this, by the
Yeah,
way.
we're gonna
so I
get
don't know if-
murked.
We are purposely not muting in Discord. I said turn the volume down.
Which one? In game or Discord?
Discord.
Discord.
Otherwise,
So
your
our
PNG
PNG
doesn't
light
light
up.
up. You just turn the output. You turn the output all the way down.
Hey, well, good thing I have Discord separation from my stream, so. haha.
What's a Discord? Yo, my immersion is thoroughly destroyed. I'm kidding. We're not gonna
Yo,
start with Sunny Meadows.
Honestly, bro.
Here, let's
You
do it
don't
easy.
know
Start with
Let's
the
start-
8 Tanglewood
my
Drive.
immersion.
we'll do this one. This one's pretty simple. This one's straightforward.
All right,
Wait, hold on. Why are we using?
let's get murked.
What?
Hold on. Where's all? Okay, I was changing some of the tier 2 shit that I have. The tier 2 and not tier 1.
All I need is monetization. That's, but I can't get it. That's just sad.
Why can't
Alright.
you get it yet?
And then nobody can talk to each other. Alright, it's gonna end horribly. And both their PCs take forever. There's one. Wow.
Okay, I'm in.
Took y'all long enough. Jesus Christ. I've been standing here for like 5 minutes
Shut up.
waiting.
Shut up. Shut up.
Yo, it's so laggy for no reason. When you first load in.
Yeah, I haven't played it for a while, so it's feeling laggy for me.
Oh, my flashlight's gone.
Grabbing this. Where's my flashlight? Where's the flashlight? Is this the flashlight?
Booga booga. I forgot how to pick up.
E.
Yeah, they changed a lot of shit, by the way, so.
No, really.
Yeah, I think we're gonna sacrifice him.
What else do I get? Okay, wait, the camera. What?
Yeah, no,
You're gonna have to sacrifice Guy.
like, I don't think you realize you're in. This is a trap. You're in to be the sacrifice. That's the only reason.
Why?
You know what I'm saying?
I will get sound thing. Oh shit, you can have 2 things in different hands.
Yeah, the flashlight goes in the other hand. I swear there was a put on your shoulder
Spirit
still.
box as
But...
well. Homecoming just said holy game change.
I do think I'll just turn my graphics down to medium. I don't need them at max.
I have mine at high quality because like why not?
Sometimes I can screw you up.
I have 1 slot left.
No,
How
you
do I
don't.
pick
That
up?
just changed.
Great camera.
No, you don't have it in a slot. You can still only hold only 3 items.
Aw, that's sad.
All right, let's go. Let's go get attacked. Come on, Kai.
Come in.
Time to get
Someone picked up the
murdered.
key.
Time to get murdered. Oh. Oh, that would have been fucking hilarious. Oh, that would have been great. As soon as you walk in, the ghost instantly starts hunting.
Ah!
Oh, that'd be fucking. That'd be brilliant.
Let me use my
Oh, Ghosty, where are you?
Oh, Ghosty.
Hang on, both of you shush. I'm gonna try to.
Shut up, little boy.
Yeah. Hey, you tell him. I'm gonna laugh when he dies. Oh, there's a skull here. I found a skull
That's
in the
the
big
picture.
bedroom.
I had to creep from basement.
I'm gonna go down to the basement and probably not die.
Probably not die.
Oh, Ghosty! Oh! It's in the basement. EMF 3.
Definitely the basement. Wait, it's gone.
Oh!
5!
Alright. Oh,
Huh.
that's our first piece of evidence, I guess.
Well, I just watched a pledge get. There's stuff being thrown at us.
Poltergeist question
That's our
mark?
first piece of evidence.
No, it can't be a
I'm
poltergeist.
watching
Here is
stuff just
my-
levitate and being thrown at us.
Journal.
Oh,
This is definitely the ghost room.
Yeah, it's very.
EMF
Wow,
level
it's
5.
very EMF 5y right now.
Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can hear anything.
I'm gonna go back and grab more shit. There's a thermometer too.
Let me put down the book. What'd you pull? That's not what you
Very EMF 5y ghost right there. That's what I. Yeah. Y'all left. I loved Minecraft and came back. Yeah, we decided while we were on break that to switch because we realized we'd already been doing Minecraft for a while, and people seem to enjoy Phasma more than Minecraft anyway. Nobody else put a head camera on? Okay.
Everybody know I placed down a book, so
Alright.
I don't need this EMF anymore.
Is there any more EMF readers?
No, I think there's only 2.
They're all down there. We don't need them now. We already know it's 5.
Could I grab a dots projector? Where's that one?
I already have one in my inventory. Grab a
Hey, they stop
crucifix.
breaking my immersion,
Wait,
please.
alright, let's what's his name?
I have
Susan
one more spot.
Lancaster.
What should I grab?
Motion sensor, maybe?
Did I try to talk to the ghost?
Wait. Unique
Where's the motion
paranormal
sensor?
sounds of a sound
This thing?
recorder.
Yeah, sound
I've
recorder.
already I've got a spirit box. Let's try a spirit box.
Oops,
What was
I
her name?
accidentally-
Susan Lancaster.
Well, I hope what I picked up was a freaking. I think I might have just picked it up.
Gets hunted immediately.
Do it in the basement, because that's where it is.
Oh well, if we get locked down here, it's
If we get
never
murked,
mind.
if we get murked, we'll be fine.
Well, it'll only get one of us.
Probably be crimson.
Alright, you guys ready?
Hell yeah.
Susan Lancaster, are you here with us?
It responds to people who are alone, genius.
Not.
You gotta be in here by
Okay.
yourself.
Oh,
I think I might have accidentally picked up another DOTS projector, by the way. Oh, wait, no, I didn't.
Breaths.
It's not freezing. It's not below zero.
I can see my breath.
It's
How
not
do you
below
set this
zero
up?
though. And you see below
What
zero.
is this? Is this a motion sensor? Oh yeah, okay. Where do I place this motion sensor?
Put it by, like,
I
the
need
door
a
to see if it
good
will
dots
leave.
position, bro. Fucking hell. I guess that's somewhat okay.
That's up. That's not what I want.
Put it by like around.
How do you rotate? That's the question.
I think it's R. I'm
Not
not
R.
too sure.
No, you press and hold F on something, and then you use your left click.
It's not near us because there's no EMF.
That could work.
Oh. Oh.
I don't know if I don't know if you
Scary.
guys saw that, but I just saw a hand.
Oh, was there ghost writing? I placed my book.
You didn't place it right again.
I did. It moved it. Was that you?
I have a camera set up right here, and then a DOTS
Hey, hang
projector
on,
by the
let
door,
me-
so...
I'm gonna try to move this. Hang on.
It doesn't like the book. It's not ghostwriting.
Alright, so it doesn't like.
I'm gonna check the camera. Hold on. Don't do it. How the hell do we run like this? Not enough exercise. Jesus.
I put the motion sensor by the door so I could move it if it walks in.
I left Kai in there alone, by the way.
Kai, I think the ghost may or may not be trying to kill you. Uh-oh.
He just died.
Uh,
I think.
Hey, Kai, you doing okay?
hey, Kai? Kai?
Kai?
Oh.
Mic check. The camera moved. This is the
Wait,
spot I put it.
it was on the DOTS projector, by the way. Just hope you know that. Did you not see it?
No, it was hunting.
Oh. Kai's dead. Look at the.
Oh, our sanity is fuck. That's why.
Oh yeah. How do you
Oh
use
my
this again?
god. Dude, we only have one piece of evidence, bro. We need something else.
Do I have a camera on my head?
Yeah.
How do you use this?
Right, or left click on it? That should be, I should bring it back
Dude,
up.
Kai got cooked, bro. Mine's still 30. Oh, there it goes.
Second crucifix it is then. I don't think I... No, it goes in. I don't see any ghost orbs, though, so... If Kai had a head camera, I could use his dead body as a way to see.
What happened to Kai?
Good question. Let's go find out.
I have a
Wait.
camera on my head.
Actually, yeah, take another crucifix. I'm gonna carry one of these.
I have one.
Oh, well, I have this.
It's invisible for me. It's just invisible in your hand.
It's fine. It's fine. This hopefully works still.
Does it work well in your hand?
Yeah, it keeps the ghost away from you. Sometimes.
What do you mean sometimes?
Sometimes, if you time it right.
Alright,
If
let's
not,
find Kai's body.
I already know where it's gonna be. What the hell? Event.
Ghost event?
Yeah.
Yo.
What is this?
Why is he?
What? I gotta fix our fucking camera, bro. Let's go, bitch.
Yo, Kai, how you doing, buddy? You're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's normal, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Put the crucifix down, by the way. Put the crucifix down. Too late. I wasted it on a ghost event. Fuck.
Welp.
Oh, that's a waste.
Oh, there's a crucifix on the floor.
Yo, this ghost is actually
Also, is
wild.
there freezing temps?
Oh yeah, freezing. It's below 0. Fuck, I didn't realize that.
Bad.
Twins, Shade, Oni, or Gem.
Where's free right there?
Let's go check our camera again.
The twins only are just Jin for me, because it's not ghostwriting, that's for sure.
This ghost is angry.
Oh yeah.
Like, really angry.
What do you think an angry ghost would be?
Bro, Kai got actually fucked.
Hey, Kai, how we doing?
He's good, bro. Yo, Sanity, hello?
Yo, 43. Oh,
Yo,
hell.
it's draining Sanity. What ghost drains that we have?
If it was Dots Projector, it would just be an Oni. If it was... Alright, so we literally have two options. Spirit Box. Can't be Ghost Orbs.
Definitely not ghost writing.
Ultraviolet or
It keeps
dots?
throwing the book.
So the only ones we can have is Spirit Box, Ultraviolet, or Dots Projector. And then we'll get the one we need. Have we checked for Ultraviolet? Is this an Ultraviolet light? That's a Dots Projector.
Ghost, can you run through the dots, please?
Do we not have an Ultraviolet light?
Yeah, we do.
Where?
It's these sticks right here.
That seems like... Okay. Yo,
not-
sanity is just gone.
Really? Oh, dots. Oh, dots,
Ooh.
dots.
But then we have our ghost right there.
Okay, it's an Oni. What does the Onis do? Let's find out. Oni love to scare their victims as much as possible before attacking. Well, that makes sense. That's why it's been so active. They are often seen in their physical form guarding their place of death. Strength, Onis are much more active whilst people are nearby and will drain their sanity faster, which makes perfect sense. Oni disappear less often while hunting their prey. Oh yeah, I can see them in the dots again. Look at that.
Alright, well, we can leave then.
Nope. Oh, okay.
I
Wait.
really don't want to.
Kai got cooked, bro. That was horrible.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
About it.
Kai, you want to talk about that?
No.
You sure?
You sure?
I got forced into that corner without. I can't say that. I got forced into that corner and got killed.
Sure you don't want to talk about that?
Nope.
You sure you don't want to talk about that? Because you got kind of fucked.
No, I'm aware. I was definitely indeed that corner.
Yeah, you were.
The ghost
your
put
hat?
your head through the shell.
I'm going to clip that.
No.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a clip. That's a clip, buddy. Your head was inside the shelf.
Bro,
No.
the ghost like shoved your head through that shit. All right. So,
What are we doing next? What if we did?
I say the diner.
That made me lag before. The diner has actually S. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Mm.
Like I wasn't lagging, but my model was lagging, so it was weird.
Your monitor.
My model.
CPU power, eh?
What?
CPU power, eh?
all right, let's do.
I'm gonna test if my sound alert still works.
Oh, this one's always fun.
Oh yeah, let's do this shit. Is it fun because the ghost will mark you instantly? Oh yeah, Kai, you really did get marked, huh?
Yeah.
Bro, the ghost shoved his head through a fucking shelf. What do you think?
Bro got so fucking murked. Yo, Kai, can you ready up, please?
Here we go.
And now we wait.
Why is there nothing here? What?
That's Kai's shitty computer.
All right, we're here. Look at the equipment.
Hey, don't talk shit about my PC. How dare you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Flashlight, ghostwriting, and
Everybody actually wear one of these.
Take a head camera. Take a head camera.
where the fuck is my flashlight? I swear I picked one up. All right, are y'all ready to get fucked?
All right. Wow. All right, this is the plan, all right? There is no plan. Just don't die.
Beautiful plan.
I
see
don't
if it
like
works.
that. That's a really ominous glowing mirror. Oh, no. It's one of... I know what this is.
What is it?
Mirror, mirror in the wall.
Let's see if I can see without killing my sanity. Bathroom? It's a bathroom?
Oh.
It's a bathroom. Nope, no, not that. It's a bathroom.
Is that where the ghost would be?
Yeah, it's a bathroom.
I hope you brought one of those things that stop
a
the ghost from
bone.
hunting.
Oh, bones.
Hold on.
I think we found the bathroom.
I have
No,
a
hold
camera.
on.
I have a camera. Don't worry. I have a...
Can I hello? Hello? Can I... Hello?
I took
Can
a
I...
photo of it, don't
Can I...
worry.
Okay. Wait, someone stand in that
How's your
bathroom.
sanity doing?
It's fine. I'm trying to see if I can see you in it.
I'm here.
It's the upstairs bathroom.
All right.
I'm gonna go take
Hey,
a sanity pill.
there's a bathtub in it, isn't there?
Does the mirror kill your sanity?
Yes.
Check out your sanity. Hold on.
It drains your sanity the longer you're looking into it.
Let's check out your sanity.
Yeah. Give me this like right now.
Damn, 28.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take like 2 of these to fix that.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go back
I'm
up.
going back to that, too.
There's no plan, right? Just don't die.
Pretty much. I had to take 2 sanity meds. Mine was at like 20 something. All I know is it's definitely a bathroom.
Gotta be the upstairs one, right?
It's the upstairs bathroom, right? Yep. The current
Isn't there
bathroom
2
as
here?
well.
Yeah, it's this one.
So I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, how many bathrooms are in this place?
I think there's 3.
No, these are bedrooms. Oh, found it, found it. Yeah, there's this one. Take a photo of that. Dirty water.
Dirty water. Okay.
Oh yeah. Is it freezing temps in here?
I don't know, I'm still checking. EMF 3. Okay, that's 3. The temperature's still going down. Hold on.
I keep doing that.
Gotta love the cursed items, guys. It's so great.
Motion sensor now. You're gonna put motion sensor now.
Yeah. put
Yeah,
one
alright, I'm gonna leave
like,
this
by the
in here
door.
for now because it's not freezing yet. Oh, wait, what? It beeped for like a second. Okay. Let's go grab. Oh
use-
shit.
It's on the door frame.
UV. See if I can find
It's 3.
it.
I'm gonna go grab a
Is that
camera and
why?
stuff.
Kai got cooked again. Kai got cooked again.
Bro, why did it hunt already?
I don't know. Kai got cooked.
What? Why is it already hunting?
Yo, Kai got. Oh my god. Yo, I think Kai just goes don't like Kai.
Why is it hunting? grab 2 crucifixes. We have the shitty ones. Y'all did not turn on your head cams.
How do you turn them on?
Press and hold T.
Well,
Bruh. Kai, you didn't turn on your head cam. Okay, I'm gonna
Great.
grab this with that.
I don't know
Take
why it started
that.
hunting. What's my sanity? Is that 58?
It's draining it like it's like really fucking fast. Jesus, you can't stay in the house very long.
You think it's an Oni again?
I don't know, but your job is to drop crucifixes in that fucking bathroom.
Yo, Kai got fucking cooked.
Bro, I'm like going down the stairs.
Ghost didn't
I
even
just
go after me.
I just hear it making noises. I'm like, what?
The ghost did not come after me. It only went after him.
Kai, are you taking a shower in here?
Why are you bent like that, dude? It cannot be ghostwriting because he just closed the thing. Where's your DOS protector set up? Yo, Kai, you got fucking folded, bro.
It's not freezing temps though yet. It does. Oh, it does not like the buff.
It's alright, so it's not.
Not ghostwriting. Cross that right off list.
Is it an Oni again? I swear to God.
I mean, if
Oh.
it is, shit.
Where? Oh. It doesn't like books. It's hitting the fucking thing if you realize that.
A lot.
So, is that a thing on there? No, why would that be a thing? That's weird.
It is not like that. It's just it loves the motion sensor. Can you just turn this on?
It really does like the motion sensor. What's the temps right now? Definitely not.
Bro,
freezing.
y'all, you just
It
love
really
touching
likes
it.
water.
Stop touching shit. Do you have
touching shit.
do you have the glow stick?
No.
We
Go.
we need to fucking go like right now. We're dead. We're fucked. We're not made. Come on. Get to the door.
We made it.
Oh my fucking god, this ghost doesn't like us.
Should we just guess the ghost? I think it might be an Oni.
We only have a piece of evidence. Onis don't act like this. This is a whole different ghost. It knocked the camera. Fuck!
The camera's up. What do you mean?
It's knocked
And
over.
a dots projector.
It knocked it over for me.
It didn't for me. It's dots projector.
Okay.
Yo, we cannot go in there without getting cooked. Oh, this thing's dying, I think. No, it's not. Alright, I got my light back. Alright, let's go.
I don't know if I could... it knocked the fucking camera over, bro.
It didn't for me. The camera's still up.
For me, it's on the ground.
Yo, I saw dots, so we got the dots projector.
I saw the dots pop up. Okay.
We need to tell Kai to stop getting cooked. Hold on, we need another one of these, because I am not...
Yo, this ghost is gonna fucking touch both of us, bro.
I have another crucifix, so...
Yeah, we're gonna need to put down in there.
These are shitty. Why didn't you buy better ones?
I don't have the level.
What's the level you need for a better one?
The higher tier ones get you like three hunts before it starts to hunt through it. Stop turning on the shower.
I don't think it likes us.
Place
I
it
think
down,
it
like,
actually
quick.
hates us. That's not how you place it down.
Where are you? Speak to me. Actually, hold on, let me trust him.
Is it freezing? Wait, is that freezing? No. Why are you using salt?
Because wraiths don't step in salt.
They don't?
Nope.
Dots. Wow. You think you're sneaky because you're not.
It's
Oop.
not touching that salt.
You think it's a wraith?
I'm starting to think it is.
A wraith is aggressive?
Yes. Where's the
Alright,
camera
let's
for me?
just get out. Oh, no, I touched the salt.
Alright, you can cross wraith off the list then. It's not a wraith.
Yeah.
What is this?
Right. I have to cross it out. God damn it.
I have
please
a
work.
toothbrush. What?
It really likes the fucking...
Wait,
Okay.
leave the room real quick. It responds to people who are alone. Where are you?
Die.
How old are you? How old are you? Respond to me. I know you speak English. Where are you?
Being a young assailant.
Got it. Spare box.
Run!
Yeah.
We only have two. Should we
so
just
that-
guess?
Oh wait, unless wraiths step in assaults again and they change that. I don't think it does though. Phantom, Yokai, or Wraith. It's the only three we got.
Want to guess on this?
No, hold on.
What's our sanity?
50
Oh,
something.
shit. See Kai folded in the fucking
Oh,
corner.
wait, was that a... Wait, is that Ghost Orbs? Oh, there is Ghost Orbs.
Oh, bet.
Yokai.
Okay, let's go.
Why you keep leaving as soon as we get the ghost?
Because Kai got folded again.
He needs to stop getting folded.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I need to talk about you getting folded in the bathroom.
Kyle, we need to talk
Shut
about
up.
you getting folded, bro.
Shut
Like,
up.
please.
Shut up. Shut up.
Every game we find you fucking dead.
No.
I'm almost level 24, guys. I'm so cool now. Why does it keep
I'm a
defaulting
level
back to
11.
tier 1s? Stop doing that.
Yo, Kai, please stop getting folded, though.
You quit folding.
Yo, I didn't get folded once. You're the one that's getting folded, bro.
No.
I can get a better photo camera now. I can't upgrade it. It's not
Yeah.
letting me. I don't have the money. Yeah, I'm broke, guys.
How much money do you need?
3,000.
Oh, I have 17 million.
I mean,
have
here
5,000.
we can up it to professional.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Oh dear.
It's not the
Okay.
Am I
worst.
allowed to upgrade it since I'm in your server or in your thing?
Like, the ghost room can rarely change, no
Uh-huh.
setup time, short hunt, grace period, sanity pill, restore little sanity, fuse boxes off, and much fewer hiding spaces. But it's times 3 rewards, so more money if you get it and live. Which I know is hard for Kai.
Do you want to try it? Now let's go to Nightmare. Now let's just try Nightmare. I want to try Nightmare.
You're gonna die instantly. As soon
Oh,
as you
dear.
walk in, it's instantly a hunt.
I want to try.
And the hunts last like 5
Try.
minutes.
You want to try?
Not really.
You don't want to try Nightmare, Kai?
Okay, let's go to Tanglewood Drive. It's a small map, and yeah.
Wait, they changed Phasmophobia so you don't just break your back every time you look down.
What do you mean?
Like in Phasmophobia, like a while ago, when you look down, you just break your back.
I remember that. Yeah, you looked up, your back would snap. You looked down, your back would snap. It's like, yeah.
They fixed it.
All right, y'all. Let's go
That
go
was the
die.
old days.
We're gonna die. Let's do this.
Professional.
Yeah, we are not bad at all.
How is your sanity already at 98, 99? Oh. Thank you, Kai, for loading in.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Yeah, you had to thank this man to load in. That's fucked.
Nothing to report, but it looks like
Hello.
Because none of the fucking
Kai,
items are loaded.
Kai,
unless
when
everyone's
you
here.
grab your head cam, press and hold T. Flex your T muscle, damn it.
Ah. I'm used to. I'm used to old Phasmophobia. Right? It just worked.
Phasmophoba? Nice.
Shut up.
Boba Phasmia?
Phasmia.
No, it's
Boba Phasmia. Bosbo. I don't know. Oh, they changed this one.
That's a key.
Oh, Ghosty!
Oh, ghost.
Oh yeah, they changed this a lot. This was a bedroom before.
Yeah. Oh damn.
This is
Ooh,
a hiding,
spot there.
yeah, hiding spot right there. This is locked now? What?
I bought a soap.
Don't drop the soap, Kai.
Oh, Ghosty, where are you? I need to stop screaming at him. He might
Are you
actually try
trying to get it to hunt?
No. Hiding spot right here.
We need light. Ah, it doesn't work.
Because you can't hide in this.
Yeah, where? Oh, there's the light. Let there be light.
There you go.
Stop being a retard.
What?
Light.
For now.
Ah. Don't turn too many lights on because there's a circuit pop. Nice to remove that.
Because for
Ghosty.
some reason these houses are ass.
Ghosty, where are you? What was that? Ghosty. Where are thou?
Oh, that light's off.
Yo,
Look at that.
Where is it?
Where is the ghost?
I don't know.
Just call it a bitch. Maybe it'll pop out.
Wait, did anybody ever turn this on?
let me go find out his name.
No, I didn't turn that on.
Excuse me, do you know where the ghost is?
The name is Gary Brown.
You know
Gary,
the
where
ghost
are you?
is? No.
You know where the ghost is? Yo, I swear, if it turns its head to me, bro, I'm fucking alt F4ing this shit, bro. I swear to God.
Gary Brown, Kiko wants you.
Oh,
It's hunting.
No, it isn't. See my
is that
5.
EMF 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It's
Basement,
it's
then.
right in this.
You think the ghost is in this pathway?
Wait, turn this off.
Well, that's where I'm getting. Oh. Yeah, it's level 5's right here. Oh, it's gone.
Do you think the ghost is in the pathway? That's a weird spot for a ghost to be.
What's it's in here?
Gone.
No, the temp's going up in here.
Well, it's gotta be either.
Is
in
it
this
quite literally
room.
just right here?
Let me put down the.
Oh, the temp's going down a bit. Oh, now it's going back up. What the fuck? Where is he?
Put down the ghost, the ratings thing. Maybe it'll write for us.
Nah, it's too warm in here.
Did we put it?
I was.
Oh, wait. Found it. It's fucking with shit down here.
What?
It's fucking with things down here.
No, that was Kai.
My breath, genius. Kai, it's in the basement.
So while Kai was fucking with the train tag, could have murked him again.
Temps. Alright, yeah. Let's see that.
I'm.
It's in the basement.
Where did we put the motion sensor?
In the basement somewhere. Oh shit.
We're cooked.
It's hunting.
It's coming.
What? I was in a hiding spot!
We know who got cooked.
What?
Yeah, Jack. Yeah, he's dead.
Hey, how we doing, buddy?
It's level 3. It's still in here. It's still in here.
I was hidden! Both doors
It's
were
still
closed!
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. The door's still locked.
Open. You just heard
Is it?
him say, "I was in a," and then he.
Dude, I was hidden! There's no way!
Yeah.
I had both doors closed and my flashlight was off. It couldn't have known I was there.
Alright, let's go
Hunting
talk
again,
to
it's
this
hunting again,
ghost.
It's hunting again. It's hunting again.
My boy, really? Why are you hunting so much? I'm cooked. Oh, I'm cooked, guys. Yep.
What? Oh, hi.
Hey, what's up?
Dude.
Hey.
I was in a perfect hiding spot. My flashlight was off, my mic was muted, and the doors were closed. How the fuck did it get me in there?
I don't know, but now we're ghosts.
There's no way.
We open doors and fuck with shit.
Yeah, what's the fuck with Kai? Where's he at?
Can't touch doors.
He pick shit up and throw it at him. Though.
Wait,
No way.
Is it hunting again?
No way. No way. No fucking way it's chain hunting like that.
Look at your body, bro. Why is it
Bro,
folded?
I was hiding in a place, bro. There should have been no reason for it to get me there.
Yo, is it actually hunting again?
It's somewhere. Yo, get a load of this guy.
He's running away.
Insanity.
Oh my god, he's at 2%.
Bro, I lost all of my shit, by the way.
Where's...
I wonder if I could just guess out of all these what it might be.
I think it's a demon, honestly.
Can't be. We got EMF 5.
How is a demon not EMF 5?
Definitely not a shade. Cross that off the fucking list.
How do you know?
Shades don't do anything when people are around.
What could it be?
Maybe one of the new ghosts?
How about a myling, whatever the fuck that is?
Not a Gallo, I'll tell you that.
Why not?
It's another form of demon, but protective equipment gets stronger.
I put down a thing. I put down a cross, so maybe it is a galley.
You might have put it in the wrong spot.
It was in the basement. I was in a perfect.
Bro, I was hiding. Like, what?
Use the crucifix.
Did he say use the
Back to level
crucifix?
5.
It might be a gallows.
Don't believe this, but it's hunting and gathering.
I think he's trying to kill Kai again.
What do you think it is? It has to be
I
a
don't know.
gallows. There's
He's
no way.
getting hunted.
We can't go in, can we? You can just walk through the door.
We're ghosts. We don't care
Why
about
is there mirrors
doors.
everywhere?
That's a really good question, actually. Hi,
Use
buddy.
the crucifix down in the basement. It was level 5.
Well, I'm gonna pick something up to throw it at him. It's hunting again.
I think it's freezing temps. That's freezing, right? I can't really tell. That below 0? It's so hard to tell. Oh fuck, it's so dark.
It has to be a gallery, bro. There's no fucking way. It hunted like 3 times.
No, is that freezing to you? I can't tell.
Where?
The thermometer right here.
I don't even see it.
Oh, of course. Oh my god, this game's so broken right now. I think it might be freezing temps. I can't tell. He's just.
Because the ghost keeps hunting. Like, dude, I don't know what's wrong with this ghost. And it's doing it still. Oh, no, it's not. He's running away again.
He's scared.
Holy shit, my sanity is done for, bro.
It was sanity 0, bro.
Bro, take the
doesn't-
sanity meds.
I think he is. Yo, bro, sanity was 0. That's probably why I kept
That's
hunting.
why it's chain hunting him. Yo, man's actually downing all of them.
He just wasted all of them.
It should bring it back up to 100, though. Oh, no,
Yeah,
that's right.
hopefully.
Maybe not. 50. Oh, no, 74. Here we go. Yeah, his sanity's back up. It won't hunt right away, but it's gonna hunt him again. What? What? Yo, what's going on my feet, bro? Yo, what is this? Whoa! 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 Yo, look down and just turn. What?
Yeah, what the fuck is this bullshit?
What is going on? Yo,
Yo.
yo, what? I'm sorry.
Can we access these cameras? His head
No.
cam? Oh wait, we can. We can see him die in real time.
Can we? Oh shit, you're right.
We can see this dude die, bro.
Well, maybe we're not professionals after all.
Maybe we should go back to intermediate, bro.
Man's actually by himself right now.
Must be lonely.
And scary.
It's gotta be freezing temps, right?
I don't know.
Yo, this dude's a fucking dumbass. I'm gonna just guess how on Ghost I think it is. If it was freezing temps, we'd only have 3 options since we, yeah, 3 options. Jin, Oni, and then the twins. He's your folded body in the closet.
Bro, I was hiding. I don't know how it found me. My
Probably talked.
No, I didn't. My flashlight was off and everything. It just killed me still somehow. Like through the fucking closet.
Does it actually hear you talk?
Yes, it can.
Oh. Yep.
Spirit box. Gary.
Why are
Brown.
we have no fucking arms or head? Does that mean he can see us in the camera?
What do you mean?
Can he see us in the camera?
I don't know. Let's go see what he's saying.
You can infinitely run too when you're
Yeah, because you're
that's
dead.
cool. Can you hear us walking?
No.
Brown, are you with me?
Yo, can you like try the freezing temps, bro?
I'm gonna piss him off.
Ow.
It's freezing times.
I knew it.
Yeah, now there's only 3 options.
Gary Brown, are you here? But I know that's yours throwing stuff at me. Quit it.
Just keep talking shit.
Another Christmas one. Oh.
Oh, there's a there's an
Oh, I
Ouija
didn't even
board.
realize that was here.
Neither did I. Hold on, I got this.
Do I use it?
He's gonna get fucked. Uh-oh.
Screw it.
Yo, if he he's gonna get cooked.
If I die, let you know.
If he doesn't
Might
say
die.
if he doesn't say goodbye, it's a oh. It's an event. It's an event. It's an event.
It's
Don't
not.
run. No, it's an event.
Is it an event? What's
Yeah,
that right
look.
there? Oh, it's gone.
Harry Brown, are you?
That's not an event. That's not an event.
He's dead.
Yep.
Hello.
Bye.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh.
This ghost fucking sucks.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Fuck that
Last
ghost.
thing I heard from Jack before he went to initializing, this ghost sucks.
It was the fucking twins,
Bro,
bro.
I have 12. I can't even recover half my shit. Yo, I'm blaming McDonald's. I have $91 to get back all of this. I'm blaming
Yo.
McDonald's.
We just heard you say hello.
Bro, all you hear me say is, this ghost fucking sucks!
Yeah,
We're going back to intermediate, bro. Fuck that. We're not prepared. We're not professional.
I gotta go anyway.
No, you don't.
Go to nightmare.
Oh, do you have to?
Yeah, I do.
Fuck you then, bitch.
Ah, fuck. That's right. I forgot you
Please,
go
tomorrow, and then I guess what? I have it all day after school.
Imagine having school, bro.
For real.
Not like you do.
I don't.
You have to leave for exams.
When?
When you're in NCS.
You act like we're not in it still. Wait, does it show your... Wait.
Yeah.
It shows your level on your... I can't get down to that level. You have a nameplate on you, and it shows your level on it.
Where?
On your... Like, on the... Right here. Little name tag.
Oh yeah, it does. That's weird.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
You
All right,
can
Kai,
move.
go fuck off, I guess.
Yeah, it shows the level.
What time are you doing that collab with Angel?
Tomorrow, probably at 12.
I think tomorrow.
Or 12 your time?
Yeah.
The only thing is, I think it's only going to be us three, because yeah.
I don't know what happened to Dragon, by the way.
I don't know. He kind of
Alright, Kai. Oh,
And what time zone are you? Let me try to convert it to my time.
Wait, what did I... How did I do this? What?
Now I'm gonna remove
Wait. Z? Wait.
Winters.
What did I press to do that?
what
What time zone are you?
EST.
AM or PM?
What do you mean EST? Stupid?
Wait, how do you pull your watch up?
Are you
How do you pull the watch up?
hold left
Oh,
or
5
right mouse
times.
click?
Hey, Loki, you should try to convince
Oh.
Angel if I can join him.
It shows your sanity, by the
Nope,
way,
not
on
for
it.
you.
Why is that?
Alright, anyway, give me 1 second.
でそれからさや
Why is that? Huh?
Because we're just it's a collab between us three.
新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり それからさやかが大阪までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて一緒にたこ焼き食べたり
Sorry, what?
Now we're gonna get cooked even more because it's just us.
He didn't leave. Let me just... I can't remove him from the... Did he not leave? Oh, there he goes. Okay.
Unless you want to switch to another game, because I really don't like Ghosts alone.
Oh, we'll be all right. Come on.
Because if you die, I might die.
Then you'll be looking like Kai.
Yeah, I will be.
Here, let's do this. It's a
Go
campsite.
back to Tanglewood Drive.
No, do
Really? I have to go to the camp.
Yeah, do a campsite.
I don't even have that unlocked, dude.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Wait, uncheck Tanglewood. All I have to do is do this.
Yeah, that's level 13.
Yeah, just hit ready real quick. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh,
Oh, lag.
Your feet just like did a thing.
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason.
Alright, anyway, you can get into it as long as I'm here. Also, we're back down to shitty things because I died and lost all my stuff. Whoa, my hand. What? Yo, Phasma devs, we need to fix this.
Fix what?
Never mind. I'm bugging everywhere. It's fine. This
Come on,
is...
we really are back down to shitty things. Where's...
Oh, we have the shitty flashlight.
Oh,
Alright, we're dead.
where's the Chris? Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna be cooked. I can't even see with the flashlight. Look, this flashlight's ass.
I know. Yeah, they changed a lot.
Like how you can't see shit.
These are also hiding spots right here.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those. I don't even know the ghost's name. I never looked at it. Alright, time to hide. Wait, how the fuck do you use this to hide?
Mary Carey. Wow, what a fucking name that is.
Mary Carey.
Mary Carey.
Yo,
What a name.
Mary Carey, are you here?
What a fucking name.
Yeah, what a name, dude.
Alright, look, we're professionals, okay? I'm sure we'll be fine.
Where's Mary Carey at, dude? Alright, time to hide. Let's go. Or it just doesn't work. What the fuck?
You dummy, you release it and it does it. Oh, there's a bone right here. Whoa, what is... Yo, this game is actually broken.
Is it a spine?
Yeah.
That's gonna be your spine in about 2 seconds.
Oh, ghosty. Oh, the temp's going down. Oh, it's going back up now.
Mary Carey, are you here?
It's such a tiny area. Where the hell could they be at?
If it shows red on the side, does that mean it's talking? Like the
No,
corner?
you'll actually hear it talk.
I don't think it's talking yet, so. Alright, we're hiding.
You know they don't care about these two, right? They walk around.
Why the fuck? What's the point of a hiding spot?
These are the hiding spots. These little ones.
This does not seem...
The hell is this
That
ghost
doesn't
at?
Yo, just install the ghost. Maybe you'll find it.
Oi, bitch!
Oh, wanka.
I would never use this if my life even depended on it.
I need to use the bathroom. Where the fuck is this ghost, dude?
Good question. Can't find it. Oh wait, was that breath? No.
Alright, up the ladder we go. Never mind.
Ooh, generator.
Is that power?
Wait, my breath.
Oh! I can see it too.
It's like right here.
Right in here.
In there?
Seems to be in here.
Ooh, yeah, it's dropping like fast.
Mary Carey, are you here?
The light's on, retard. I'll turn it off.
Does it not work with lights on?
No. Actually, wait. Speaking, hold on. Oh, it doesn't even work if I'm here.
Fuck. Alright, get out.
Hold on, I'm seeing if it drops to freezing. It's actually almost to 0 already. It's definitely right here. I'm gonna leave it right here.
Now get the fuck out. Go outside.
Sir, yes, sir.
Is there a door to this place?
No.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go back and get more equipment.
If I die, you'll know.
Yes. Okay.
Spirit box.
Did it talk?
Yes.
I'm bringing a camera.
Wait, can I pick this? Anyways, that is not freezing temps. Can't fucking see it.
That's be below
Yo,
0.
why does this place
Celsius.
have no cursor? Why does this game have no cursor?
It's supposed to. You can turn this back
Mine's
on.
not. Where the fuck is the cursor at?
Oh. Okay.
Ooh.
There was a thermometer here, now
Is
it's
that you?
gone for him. It's so buggy. It's touching that.
So I need to
It's
find
so
out why my
buggy
cursor
now.
doesn't work. Hold on. Let me figure out this fucking cursor problem because I don't know why it's doing this.
Ah, fuck that light is on. Eh, it's fine. Turning Orbeez. Well, there ain't shit.
Even there ain't shit.
Either the light's on and I can't see, or there's just nothing.
Alright, I have a cursor back.
I need sanity.
What's my sanity at?
Yeah, get yours. Keep it from hunting us. Its activity is dead, by the way. Look at the activity graph.
Yeah.
It's zero. It's nothing.
Why is...
What the fuck?
Can I grab more stuff?
Yeah, get a crucifix and stuff.
Oh, you didn't wait for me? Crazy.
Nah, I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Until you're dead.
So this crucifix... Can you just drop it and it'll work?
Yeah, it works the same.
God, sometimes having a cursor back, like, I can actually see and do shit.
I can't tell it's freezing temps anymore because the thermometer bugged to the ground.
Right there.
I don't see it for me, so if you see it, pick it up and look.
It's a little bit above 0, so...
Yeah, it's not for. It's not.
Do you see it in my hand?
Yeah,
Right there.
it's gone again. It's bugged,
What do you mean
bro.
it's gone? Fine, I'll put it right here. It's in the sink. Oh,
Now
you
I can see it. Yeah, it's not there yet. Ghost, can you touch something, please?
But not us.
Yeah.
It was touching this door before.
Yeah, but there's nothing on
Like,
it
it was
now.
messing with this door a lot. Well, the ghost is definitely in here. There's no ghost writing, so that's sad.
I guess should check the camera out then. I don't know. Keep this light off. I should turn that off entirely. But you can't. Put it back on.
Starts hunting right now.
What?
Starts hunting right now.
No thanks.
See ya.
Come on, give us something.
Ooh, why is the camera so blurry?
Because it's the shitty one.
Oh. Oh, it's not giving us a whole lot.
No, it's not.
This ghost isn't aggressive though, so at least not yet.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's the opposite of a shade. It's oh no, it's having some activity right now. But what is it doing? You sure we're in the right room?
There's freezing temps in there. I was messing with that stall. Let me grab one of these. How do you use these, by the way?
What?
These sticks.
You're not holding anything for me. Oh, that you put matches in your inventory with it. You keep that in your hand and you right click to use it. But the only thing that does is it repels the ghost.
Which is good if it starts hunting us and we can't get to a spot.
It doesn't seem to be like aggressive at all.
It doesn't. But you never know. Can we get the this set up?
Put a camera outside. I'd grab that thermometer if you can.
Wait, why? We have one.
Oh.
We got the matches, the boomstick, and then whatever this is. There's another dots projector here too.
Wait. Oh, dirty water in the sink.
What's that indicate?
The ghost is here. You take a photo of it. You can get money. I'll go grab a camera real quick.
Yeah, the temperature's definitely dropping in here.
Hey, did you light that?
No.
Every fucking day.
Just don't even answer.
I'm not. So, wait, can it be here?
Maybe.
What? Alright. No.
Bad ghost.
I think it's, I don't know, it's like right there or some shit. Why is it? It fucked up my camera. Oh!
Fuck. You put it on the tripod.
F. Most annoying person in my life.
I'm gonna go and answer the call.
Ridiculous. You did not put that on right. There we go. Oh, lit the campfire. I don't know what the hell that means. Oh, my tracking's messed up. That's fine. I just need to get over here to see this. This ghost is giving us nothing.
I'm back.
I'm the back.
This ghost ain't giving a shit. I don't know what to fucking do about it, really. This ghost ain't giving me anything. Look, activity 0 again. Why is there no activity when we're not there?
What is this? Oh, that's salt. Wait, do you think it's the ghost that doesn't do anything when a player's there?
No, that's a shade. It's getting active when we're there.
What would that be?
I don't know which one it could be. It lit that campfire though.
Hold on. Mother's home.
I'm gonna go put this down and see what we get. Okay, so you are right here.
Is it here?
I just watched it through the camera. Event. It's not even on. Where'd the camera go? Did you just throw it into a wall? Oh no, it's right here. Where's the thermometer? Do you have it?
Right here. Still not freezing.
Bring it out here.
Oh wait, temperatures are still dropping down here. Nope, temperatures are going up.
What? It's with the camera in here too.
Oh wait, it's hitting the freaking...
I figured it was running back and forth. But it wouldn't be all the way over here. Stuff. I'll be right back.
でそれからさやかが大阪までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。 阪までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。までわざわざ新幹線で私に会いに来てくれて、一緒にたこ焼き食べたり動画撮ったり。
I'm back.
Oh my god, you're back.
Okay. So, this ghost fucking sucks.
Uh-huh.
And it threw our fucking cameras again.
Not for me.
Oh, for me, they're gone.
They're so up for me. How does that make sense?
Well, then, I have to rely on you to see what you see then. It's giving us nothing. I don't know.
What is a ghost that does absolutely nothing?
I don't know, but we only have one piece of evidence. It's not giving us anything. No dots, no EMF 5, no freezing, no ghost orbs, no ghost writing. Like, what's going on here?
We'll definitely cross out ghost writing.
It's
Freezing
not,
temps can
it's
be a
not
no.
giving us anything at all.
Gas projector can be a no.
Oh, and a bush sensor.
That's not an option, sadly.
Well, I know that, but
Have we tried? Wait, we also didn't get EMF 5. That's literally one ghost, which is a core most that we can have. If we cross all that shit out.
Hormos? What is it? They're blind, but they can hear very well. But it's not giving us any evidence. We've done this one level for 30 minutes.
Well, we got Spirit Box, so.
The camera's buzzed. Yeah, y'all really like the shower, huh?
Are you alive still?
No. Can you write in the book?
I really don't know what it is. Like,
This camera's like gone from me.
yeah,
There's the camera for me.
I really don't know. It's not giving us.
I'm looking at the thermometer again.
There's a thermometer in here, isn't there?
No. I can't find it.
Did you turn that on?
Yes.
There's a thermometer right here on the floor.
It went through the ground.
Okay, cool. Well, I have it.
Check if it's freezing.
All right, it's gonna be right here. It's right there. Like EMF is getting around like 3. It's not getting 5, so
I don't understand this ghost.
it has to be a core mouse, right? There's no way. It's not doing anything.
It's definitely not freezing temps.
What was that?
I'm crossing freezing temps off the list. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Alright, it was a ghost event.
Thought it was after me again. I'm going to get the EMF. Or,
It's right here.
not the EMF, sorry. UV
Oh.
light.
5. EMF 5.
Is it all lit 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Finally, we're getting something. I'm gonna go grab salt and stuff to try to rule out a wraith. I don't like those are closed.
Why is this closed?
Hunt.
It's hunting.
Turn off your flashlight. Oh god, I don't like it. I think we might be good. Oh boy.
Wow. It's probably our sanity.
Our sand is fucking cooked.
Yeah, well, we don't have any more of the sanity thing, so. Can we just guess on this one? Like, we have 2 options here.
Stop throwing the fucking camera, bro. Slow motion.
Your
Yeah.
sanity's fucked.
Yeah, we're gonna get hunted immediately.
Can we just guess what the ghost is at this point?
Well, we're gonna have to.
I really don't think it's dots. I really don't think it's freezing temps, and I really don't think it's ghost orbs. Or ghost writing. It can only be a Galu if it's that.
Let's go for a Galu then. See what happens.
Alright. I doubt it is, but
Process
you know what?
of elimination. Let's see what happens.
Welcome back.
Oh shit!
Some jobs ready for you.
Yo, process of elimination.
Yo,
is
we
peak.
actually got it.
Yo,
We actually
process
did
of
it.
elimination.
We actually guessed it. Let's fucking go.
We're just the best. Or, but I say we call it here.
Yeah, I agree. It's already almost been 5 hours.
So tomorrow, what are we doing tomorrow?
You're asking me.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Hopefully, we're doing a collab tomorrow with Angel, since it got delayed today. With more Phasmo. If we're not able to do the collab tomorrow, we're probably just gonna not gonna stream at all, and just take the day.
Yeah, because we've been streaming for like 7 days straight, so and we need a break.
Yeah, tomorrow will be Phasmo. If we do the collab. If not, it just won't be a stream.
Yay.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Alright, guys, we'll see you tomorrow if there's a collab. If not, we'll see you. What's today? So, iPhone, can we lock in? We'll see you Friday. We'll see you Friday if there's no collab.
Yep. All right.
See you guys.
Bye bye.
できなかった。私が日本語を勉強し始めた後にコロナはできなかった。私が日本